Good morning and Happy New Year, and welcome to CUT's post-Burning Bowl conference, where you'll have an opportunity to learn that you can have it all. I'm celebrating with you because you decided to show up for your breakthrough. You decided to be a force in your own life. You decided to be active in your own rescue. And we are celebrating and rejoicing because you are on your way. Thank you for being here. I want you to buckle your seatbelt and get ready for an amazing ride. I believe there's a blessing in store for you. Let's go. Here at Christ Universal Temple, we like to begin all things with a word of prayer. So I want to invite you to just take a moment to center yourself. Take a good deep breath in and exhale. We recognize that oxygen is our activating energy. As we center ourselves, Father, we give thanks for this dynamic and divine experience. We give thanks that your Holy Spirit is our guide, and we give thanks for breakthroughs, overcoming, increase, and expansion. We are rejoicing and celebrating for the good that will flow in every form. So as we prepare ourselves for this experience, we remember where two or more are gathered together in your name, you are right there in the midst of them. And so your name and nature nurtures us through this growth opportunity, and our souls rejoice. Amen and amen. And so to guide us through this journey is the incomparable Reverend Cherie Thompson. I won't bore you with her resume. I'll just let her take it away.
Thank you so much, Reverend Wells. Oh my gosh, CUT, friends and family, it is my joy to be with you. I'm Reverend Cherie Thompson, and I am the assistant minister at Up Church in Los Angeles. So this is me coming to you from sunny Los Angeles. And I want you to know that you're in for an amazing experience. You see, I know all about Christ Universal Temple. I am a regular at the Sunday services. I am a student of the illustrious Reverend Delarice Lett, who was Reverend Johnny Coleman's buddy. So we're all family here together, and I'm so grateful to be able to guide you through this powerful You Can Have It All conference. Now, I want you to know what's in store for you today. And then as we get in here today, we're going to be uplifted, empowered by some amazing spiritual teachers. So joining us today is the Reverend Dr. Derek B. Wells, Reverend Dr. Jacqueline Atkins, Reverend Galen McDowell, Gavin Jackson, Reverend Lola Wright, Reverend Roderick Norton, and I'll also be sharing a message with you as well. So you got 7 powerful workshops coming your way, and we have some musical entertainment. This is going to be an amazing, empowering conference. So I want you to get ready. And I got a few things I need you to do to help you get ready. I want to give you a lay of the land. What I want you to do is go ahead and share this link with your friends. Let them know that they should be in this conference, that this is worth the time and energy, because You Can Have It All is important for us all to remember as we kick off 2021 so that it can be a year like none other. What I want you to do is get out your notebooks. This isn't a passive experience. You're going to hear some things that are going to help you break through whatever is in your way. So I want to encourage you to pull out your notebooks and get ready to just be ready and receptive for what you need to hear. And so with that, let's get it going. Let's get it started. So I'm gonna take a peek at my chat right now, because I saw a lot of good mornings and a lot of hellos, and I just want to say hello. I see that we have people definitely coming representing from Chicago, but I saw people coming in from other parts of the country. I just want to say welcome. Thank you again. Go and tell your friends, tell your family about this experience. It's not too late for them to register. Get the link and click on in. So coming up first, I think you know this gentleman, but I'm gonna introduce him anyway, because I know that there are some new friends out there, and I want to make sure you feel and get in and be a part of the family here too. So our first speaker is the Reverend Dr. Derek B. Wells. He is an author, an artist, and a corporate CEO. As a contemporary man of God, his story is one of radical redemption. His process of redemption has played a major role in his commitment to teaching people how to improve their life through the power of love, the application of principle, and the attainment of success through self-determination. Reverend Wells went from being unchurched to now succeeding the Reverend Dr. Johnny Coleman and being selected as the second senior minister in the history of Christ Universal Temple. What sets Reverend Wells apart in an area of accomplished preachers and teachers is his ability to engage his audience while making complex theological concepts practical and understandable. So you're going to hear first from the Reverend Dr. Derek B. Wells. His talk is entitled Success Magnet. And then after you hear from him, you're going to hear from the Reverend Dr. Jacqueline Trish Atkins. Reverend Jackie, you all know her as Reverend Jackie. And Reverend Jackie, just so, in case you're just new to the ministry, I want you to know who you're listening to. Reverend Jackie is the founder and CEO of Chauvin and More, and it carries the mission to lead people to a renewed awareness of their intrinsic greatness. Isn't that a powerful vision? She is also a member of the ministerial team at Christ Universal Temple and is a teacher on the staff of the Johnny Coleman Institute. During the past 14 years, Reverend Jackie has coordinated an annual women's conference that features powerful speakers who have shared effective tools with thousands of women to enable them to turn their potential into manifest power. I'm talking about the Gold Rush Conference. It's powerful. Reverend Jackie led in the organizing of the Freedom Ministry at CUT, and she was the president of the YWCA in Metropolitan Chicago, and has a host of other credits. This is a dynamic, powerful spiritual teacher. So you have two amazing speakers coming up next. You're going to hear from Reverend Derek B. Wells. He's going to talk about the success magnet. And then you'll hear from Reverend Jackie, who is going to tell you becoming your optimum self using mindfulness, meditation, and growth. And without further ado, here we go. Let's dig into our first set of speakers.
Happy New Year, and I'm so excited that you have decided to join us for the You Can Have It All conference. I want to honor you and celebrate you for deciding to show up to be active in your own rescue. I'm sure that there is someone you know who is too busy to plug into this opportunity, but I'm confident that with the speakers we have on tap for you, this session is going to be amazing, and it will serve as a catalyst for how you make the most and get the most out of 2021. For some people, 2021 has to be a bounce back year. How many of you are happy to see 2020 go bye-bye? And you're waiting for your breakthrough moment, your opportunity in 2021. And so this is one of the opportunities we want to provide for you in order to be able to do that, because we believe that you can have it all. And we want to do our part in supporting you in manifesting all of the good desires of your heart. And so what we want to talk about in the time that I'm with you is how to be a success magnet. Put this in your notes. Write this just down for me real quick. I am a success magnet. I am a success magnet. What do we mean when we say success magnet? We simply mean having the tools, the skills, the abilities, and the techniques to accomplish into our lives and to attract into our lives that which we need in order for our lives to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and we feel complete in each and every way. So I just want to make sure that I give you 3 quick tools, 3 quick techniques to help you make sure that you keep yourself on point as a success magnet. Are you ready to roll with me? Let's do it. So I want to start right here, because everything that you have in your life, everything that I have in my life begins with the mind. The mind is the foundational place where the experiences we have in our life, world, and affairs take root before they show up, right? So we have to make sure that we do the work in the mind so that we can have the kind of life we desire. It's just that simple. Your mind is the place where all of your work happens first. It's been said that creation happens first. first in the mind, then in the outer. Stephen Covey said it this way: begin with the end in mind. So with that in mind, I want you to just go ahead and begin to allow yourself to get crystal clear about what it is you want, because you'll need that in order to do the rest. So the first thing I want you to know, the first tool I want to give you, is the tool to remind you that you have to focus your mind. Someone write that down for me. Focus your mind. Someone type that in the chat for me. Focus your mind. You have to focus your mind. Why? Because where your attention goes, your power flows. Where you put your focus on, that is what you begin to attract to you. So you have to know how to use the power of your focus in a way that helps you and allows you to manifest the good desires of your heart. You have to be able to focus your mind. You know, like I do, that you can't hit a target that you can't see. And if you don't have something that you're laser focused on, you will miss every time. And so you've got to be able to train your mind so that it is focused on, trained on the things that you want to accomplish this year. And here's the thing: it doesn't matter what it is you want to accomplish. What matters is that you condition and discipline and train your mind to stay focused on that thing. Why? Because one of the greatest problems for most of us is that our minds too often move away from what we want to experience. You got to bring your mind back. You got to bring your thinking back. You got to bring your decisions and choices back to the single objective of what it is you want, what it is you are committed to accomplishing. When your mind rolls away, bring it back. When your thoughts start to get out of hand, pull them back so that you can stay focused on the target. Remember, you can't hit a target that is not in front of you. Keep your mind laser focused on what you want to accomplish. We have to start with the ideal. We have to keep the mind focused. And when your mind and your emotions and your energy and your body are all aligned, the thing that you want to manifest is a virtual certainty. That's the secret I really want you to know. For most people, as I said, our minds are constantly moving. And so we figure out what we want. So let's say, for instance, you say to yourself, you want to be happy. And then as you start to think about what it means for you to be happy, you start to think that in order to be happy, you have to have this kind of home, or this kind of relationship, or this kind of bank account. And then when you start to think about those things, you start to think about all of the questions and the reasons why those things aren't possible. And here is what I want you to know on this morning. When it comes to focusing your mind, you have to be willing to live in the possibility. Stay focused on what's possible, because every time you doubt, it is a signal to the universe, it is a signal to your creative capacity that you do not want the thing you have just been hoping for, the thing you've been praying for, the thing you have been asking for. So I want to remind you to stay laser focused. Keep your mind focused. Keep your mind on the thing you want. The second thing that you have to be willing, able, and committed to do in order to manifest in 2021, in order to be a success magnet. Not only do you have to focus your mind, but you have to align your emotions. What do I mean? The way you think, with your focus, with your decision, with your choices, when those are supported by the energy of your emotion, by the fire of your emotion, by the movement of your emotion, when your thinking and your feeling come together, there is nothing that can stop you. So as you move into this new year, as you move into this new opportunity, as you make a commitment to live in the possibility, I want to remind you to make sure that your focus and your emotions are aligned. For many of us, the greatest challenge is that we get in the rut of the emotion of feeling that we are not worthy. We feel like we do not deserve the good. We pray for it, we think about it, but then when it settles into the feeling nature, we can't somehow seem to find the feeling that resonates with the thought. In order to have loving relationships, you have to be able to make sure that the way you think and the way you feel are aligned. You have to align your emotions, which means you can no longer afford to let your emotions just run wild. You have to put them in alignment with the thoughts, because you are the thinker and you get to determine what emotions you feel. Your emotions don't drive you, you drive your emotions. And so I want you to know that you have the ability to align your emotions. How do I do it? I'm so glad you asked. Whenever you begin to live in the possibility and you start to feel uneasy, I want you to give yourself what we call a better feeling thought. When you start to feel that your emotions are not in alignment with your thinking, just allow yourself in that moment to find 1, 2, or 3 things in the moment that you are grateful for. And then that feeling of gratitude can also be attached to what you are focused on. And when your mind and your emotions are aligned, you are a powerful force and you have everything you need. There is just one other element you will want to add once your mind and your emotions are aligned on the things that you want to accomplish in 2021. Once you're clear, once you're certain, once you're focused, once you know what you want, then it's time to get to work. Once you have thought through, once you've made the decision, once you've made the commitment, then it's time, my friends, to get to work. Scripture says that faith without works are dead. So you have to begin to be willing to put some work to what you want. See, let me just go ahead and say it for you. See, God is not going to lift a finger to build the life of your dreams. God will give you the idea. God will give you the inspiration. God has already given you the potential, but then you and I have to do our part in order to manifest the life we deserve. And you are not made to live a mediocre life. You are made to fly. That's why you've been given wings. And so I want to encourage you to do all that you can to put yourself into action, the action of accomplishing whatever it is you want. When you find yourself doing things that are inconsistent with what you want to accomplish, stop yourself in your tracks and redirect yourself so that your labor can put toward what you want to accomplish. It's not magic. It's not even mystical. It's actually very practical. You just have to be committed to doing 3 things. The first is you have to focus your mind. You have to get crystal clear about what you want. The second thing you have to do, and it's not that difficult, you can do it. You have to align your emotions. When you align your emotions with the focus of your thinking, like I said before, you become a powerful force. And then the last thing you got to do is you got to get into action. You have to put yourself into work. You have to put some feet to your prayers. You have to begin to labor in the vineyard of your harvest. And when you do those 3 things, here's what I want you to know. Success is inevitable. When you do those 3 things, success cannot flee from you. When you focus your mind, when you align your emotions, and when you take aim and take action, there is nothing that can stop you. You are a force in your own life. You are active in your own rescue, and you will be able to transform the next few months of your life like never before. And so again, I want to celebrate you for showing up to this You Can Have It All conference, because we believe in you. We know that you can have more, do more, be more, and give more, because you can become more. So I'm excited for you. Thank you again for showing up to be active in your own rescue, to be a force in your own life, to be the beginning of your breakthrough. I see you, and I'll be shining as you shine. God bless you. Peace.
You can have it all. And it's so appropriate following the phenomenal Burning Bowl experience that we experienced last evening. My session today is entitled Becoming Your Optimal Self. Becoming your optimal self. Another way of saying that is evolving into what you already are, unfolding into the wonderfulness that you are already, becoming your optimal self. And we're going to talk about using mindfulness and meditation and growth to help us understand, how do we become, how do we unfold, how do we evolve into our optimal self. You know, Happy New You, and I know you've heard it a lot in this season. Happy New You is the greeting that often follows after Happy New Year among New Thought believers. The greeting is a call to us to renew our awareness of the truth of our being. It is a call telling us, come on, you know who you are. Remember who you are, the truth of who you are. Yule Stanley Anderson writes it really plainly than most of us can affirm in his book, The 3 Magic Words. He writes, we are God. The truth is that we are not the human costume that we've taken on. We're not that. We've taken on skin and bones and organs and blood for this journey on earth. Those are simple aspects of us, aspects that we have. We are not that. We are everlasting spirit, spoken of as indwelling God. We are one with God. That is why each of us can confidently proclaim, I am perfect, I am whole, I am complete. Or we can say the affirmations as written so wonderfully by Catherine Ponder in her Dynamic Laws of Prosperity. We can say, I am an irresistible magnet with power to attract to myself everything that I divinely desire, according to the thoughts and feelings and mental pictures I constantly entertain and radiate. Or maybe we will say, I am the power to create whatever I wish. I am of the universe. Now, if we truly believe these truths, if we truly did, we would recognize and be living as described by the Reverend Dr. Mary Tompkin in her book, Consciousness is Key. Reverend Mary wrote, we must become an explorer of inner space, for it's up to each of us to claim and to exercise dominion and mastery over his or her thoughts and feelings. It's up to you, it's up to me, it's up to each of us to become responsive, listen to this, responsive to the divine pattern. Where is that divine pattern? That divine pattern is within. That divine pattern is where we are going, where we go in within to tap into and become responsive to that divine pattern. And then conform to that pattern in thought, word, and deed. Yes, our indwelling God is our creator, is our source. I will never leave thee. God's promise, I am thy shield. God's promise, I will strengthen thee. Why would we ever feel weak? God's promise, no good thing will God withhold from them that work uprightly. Those are our promises. They were given to us truly by the higher power of us. And yet, why do we seem to fall short of our we can have it all potential and experience disappointment after disappointment? Well, in the midst of confusion and turmoil, you know what Brother Jesus did? Brother Jesus would so often, when things were really getting hairy, or his apostles had taken him and gotten on his last nerve, he would go to the mountain. My brother Jesus so often went to the mountain. He went to the mountain, and in the revealing word, Charles Fillmore helps us understand what mountain represents. An exalted state of mind where the divine plan, we just talked about that divine plan, may be perceived and unfolded. An exalted state of mind where the divine plan may be perceived and unfolded. The high mountain to which personality carries us in our spiritual uplift is the consciousness of power over mortal thought in all its earthly avenues of expression, the consciousness of power. So going up into the mountain to pray means elevating our thoughts. Jesus elevated his thoughts. Jesus elevated his thoughts and aspirations to the spiritual viewpoint. To the spiritual viewpoint. Now, Jesus is my way shore. And perhaps you profess and proclaim Jesus is your way shore. So we can say Jesus came to show us how to live, to have life, to experience life more abundantly, to be and do all that we are created to be and to do. And so his mountaintop experiences were consciousness expanding. They were exercises and developing and evolving into who he truly was already. Jesus understood that in expanding his consciousness, expanding his awareness, and going to a spiritual uplift was what had to happen, because consciousness is key. Consciousness is key. Consciousness is the pattern that shapes the omnipresent substance into our experiences. That's God's substance. That's what is within us. It expresses, it shapes, it fashions. Our consciousness does that into our experiences to bring it forth. Reverend Mary wrote, "Spiritual consciousness is the realization that within us is the substance of all that appears in our world." We're talking about you can have it all. I am saying I want to become my optimal self, which is all that I already am. And Reverend Mary has written that I have all that I need. Spiritual consciousness is the realization that within me is the substance of all that appears in the world. There's a practice that will take us, will enable us to live out the truth of having it all. This conference is about you can have it all. And we have been taught these truths. It's there. It's the spiritual consciousness is the realization that all that we want and could ever desire is within Well, there's a practice that enables us to live that truth. It entails, if you will, becoming our best self, becoming our optimal self, becoming what we already are. It entails us going to the mountain. It entails us going to the mountain. It is a development practice, because what we're talking about is developing what already is. You know, I sometimes think about it's like planting a seed. A seed has all that it will ever need to be a beautiful rose, but it has to be planted and it has to be nourished, and then it develops, first the root, then the stalk, and then the whatever, and then the rose. So this is a developing practice, a practice to develop us into being all that we already are. It's a practice that enables us to be aware of our thoughts, our feelings, and all that grows out of them. It is a practice that enables us to be aware of, and I'm going to come back to this, to be aware of our thoughts, our feelings, and all that grows out of them. It is what I'm calling this morning, and what others have called mindfulness. It is mindfulness. Mindfulness means maintaining a moment by moment awareness of our thoughts, of our feelings, bodily sensations, and surrounding environment through a gentle, nourishing lens. A lens such as you could say, as I think it was Florence Kibble, if I'm pronouncing her name right, that you are seeing these things, you're aware of these things with the eyes of Christ. Mindfulness means maintaining a moment-by-moment awareness of your thoughts and your feelings, but you're seeing with the eyes of Christ. Mindfulness means acceptance, meaning that we pay attention to our thoughts and our feelings without judging them. As you become more and more aware of yourself, that is the God within, you're becoming aware of that, of who you are. Who are you? Who are we? We are expressions. We are manifestations of God. Or if you want to be bold, as was written by Mr. Anderson, we are God. And as I am being in the now, I can hold on to that. I can allow the world to do what it's doing. I can go within, as Jesus did. My mindfulness practice is going to the mountain. I'm going to the mountain. I'm getting away from confusion. I'm not judging anything. I am honoring every feeling, but I am not allowing myself to tie myself to those feelings. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me step back for a minute. You see, mindfulness helps you to accept your own agency. Mindfulness helps you realize that you are the creator, and you take responsibility for your life. As you are being in this place, as you are right now only accepting and seeing all of your feelings and your thoughts, as you are not judging, you're able to open yourself up and go to the God within and be able to understand that source is why you have agency. The God within, you are the creator, and you can take responsibility for your life. New Thought, you know, teaches us to turn within to understand. Mindfulness helps us to practice that. New Thought teaches us, do not be swayed by the external. Mindfulness helps us to practice that. New Thought teaches us we have all that we need. And mindfulness helps us to understand that as we practice it. New Thought teaches us I am the creator of my experiences. And mindfulness, as it is practiced, help us understand, touch the hem of the garment, and turn within and know, indeed, I am the creator of my experiences without judgment. and with the possibility of change. Mindfulness is inside of us. It's inside. Remind ourselves, it's inside. It does not need you to change. The practice of mindfulness does not need you to change, because what did we say? I am perfect, I am whole, and I am complete. And as I go to the mountain, as I practice mindfulness, I come back to that place and I look and see exactly from that perspective. And I then decide, all of the good that I have to use to go forward. It recognizes, that is, mindfulness recognizes and cultivates the best of who we are, the development of my optimal self, the development of what I already am, the becoming of what I already am, a spiritual being in a human form. We can have it all. And as we expand our consciousness, it starts flowing out and manifesting. Mindfulness, a mindfulness technique that teaches you to work with negativity, because oftentimes we have negative thoughts and negative experiences that are blocking us, that are stumbling blocks to all that I can have, to all that you can have. There is one, and this technique, think about rain, R-A-I-N. And I want you to remember this. Rain. This is the mindfulness that helps us to work with negativity. Rain, R is to recognize. Recognize what has happened. Turn attention inward to understand what is going on emotionally. Turn attention inward to understand what is going on emotionally. A is for allow. Allow life to be. Let emotions exist. Don't suppress and don't resist. Allow it to be. Now, we are on the inside now. We're practicing mindfulness. And a negative experience has occurred, or a negative thought has come to us, but I am now going to go into this practice. And I'm going to first recognize and feel what is going on emotionally inside of me. Then I'm going to allow life to be. I'm going to let the emotion exist. I'm not going to suppress it, and I'm truly not going to resist it. I investigate. Investigate the inner experience with kindness. Use the feelings of a Christ, the Christ within you. Investigate your inner experience, the inner negative feelings with kindness. More specific, inquire as to why you feel this way. What beliefs are driving this feeling? Where is this feeling registering in my body? What is this emotion trying to tell me? And you're doing all of this with an attitude of kindness. An attitude of kindness. It may tell you that you feel you're not worthy. It may tell you that you feel that you are less than. And you're going to just observe it with an attitude of kindness and acknowledge. And the last is in non-identification. Non-identification is your sense of self, your truth, who you really are, is not caught up in the emotion. Is not caught up in the emotion. Identify with the still space within. This is a practice, RAIN, R-A-I-N. Recognize that something has happened and turn your attention inward. Immediately go to the mountain. Allow it to exist. Don't resist, for we know what we resist becomes stronger. Investigate, but investigate with an attitude of kindness. Allow yourself to identify your feeling of unworthiness or your feeling of fear as what's causing this emotion. And then, after all that is done, do not identify your true self. Honor the God within, honor the Christ within as you allow the negative feelings to become further and further away from what you are. You are the God within. Your emotions, your body, your blood, your bones are for a human walk. But if you come back and turn within and tap into the God within, you're able to move through this and be mindful of who you are. Come down from the mountain and begin to live your life with a new and a beautiful perspective. Mindfulness helps you to instill the qualities of mind that enable you to be successful. Yeah, there are three particularly that mindfulness will help you do. Mindfulness will help you embrace change. Mindfulness will help you embrace change. A New Thought Christianity teaches, change your mind, change your life. So it helps you to embrace change because mindfulness helps you become aware of what is happening right now. Helps you to know what is happening right now. It helps you to turn within and get direction as to how to proceed. Mindfulness helps you to take charge of your destiny. Yeah, it helps you to take charge of your destiny because you are connecting with your true self. You are becoming your optimal self. You are allowing that which you are to be in control. And third, mindfulness helps you to enhance your relationships. If I am being mindful of my feelings, if I am being mindful of that and I'm within, I can adjust that. I can do what is being called to do by the God within me, not by the external factors out there. So it helps you to enhance relationships. Mindfulness is practice that purposely brings one's attention to experiences occurring in the present moment without judgment. That's what it does. And how can you develop mindfulness? How can you do that? Well, meditation. Meditation. A skill you can use. You can use meditation to develop your skill of mindfulness. Mindfulness practice of purposely bringing one's attention to experiences occurring in the present moment without judgment, a skill one can develop through meditation. Improving mindfulness is about understanding yourself. All what we have said and what I'm speaking about is the mindfulness, being present, knowing and being aware of your thoughts and your feelings, going within so that you can have total control, and then being able to walk down off the mountain and be able to make the change you want to make, and be able to be the person and experience the experiences. All of that is growth. All of that is growth. Growth reflects an expanded consciousness. As you practice mindfulness, and you get there perhaps through meditation, mindfulness is a very important key. Mindfulness will provide benefits in your professional and personal life. So it's not just for church. It's not just for prayer time. Mindfulness is used to enable you to come and have it all professionally and personally. Mindfulness will give you the advantage of seeing things in a new light. When I have a new perspective, that's what it's all about. I can make some new moves. If I have a new perspective, I can have a new way of thinking. I can enjoy and experience new things. I can move closer to having it all. Mindfulness yields increased recognition of mental events in the present moment. If I can have a clarity of right now, if I can have a clarity of my thoughts and feelings right now, do you not know that the next time I come off the mountain and get to moving, that I will be able to, be so much more beneficial for myself? That recognition of mental events in the present moment will provide me countless benefits. as I live and going forward. Spirit-based growth, spirit-based growth gained from mindfulness, your mountain experience, spirit-based growth gained from that always leads to your optimal self. And I'm going to make that personal for me. Spirit-based growth gained from going to the mountain as my brother Jesus did, which you can do now. I called it mindfulness. That experience always leads to our optimal self. So I want you to just do this and know when you have come into your optimal self, because you will be spiritually fit. So listen to this and know that you have made it. You've arrived. When you are spiritually fit, when your faith is toned up and your strength to act on truth is at an all-time high. You are spiritually fit when love is circulating through every part of your life. You are spiritually fit when zeal and power energize and activate your every move and every thought. You are spiritually fit when renunciation has stepped up to allow your order to show up in its perfect way. You are spiritually fit when your wisdom is manifested, making your understanding so great that nothing is too difficult to know. You are spiritually fit when your imagination is creating awesome things that your will make manifest in expected and unexpected ways. You can have it all. You can have it all. Go to the mountain. Go to the mountain. Use mindfulness. Use meditation, and then grow into all that you are to become.
All right, I told you all that it was going to be fantastic. And what an amazing kickoff to the You Can Have It All conference we've had so far. Thank you so much, Reverend Jackie. Just knowing that mindful, being in a daily state of meditation is how you have it all. So that's where we disengage from what's going on around us and we can tune into the power and presence of God, always active, guiding and encouraging us. So I'm so grateful for that. I'm grateful to know that you're a success magnet. Didn't Reverend Wells lay it down? You're a success magnet, and that you have to focus your mind and align your emotions with your dream and get to work. 3 powerful ways that guarantee your success. You're a success magnet. So I am here to let you know that we're just a quarter of the way through our program. We have 5 more workshops to share with you. All of these workshops are about 15 to 20 minutes, and they are power packed. Didn't I tell you to get your notebook out? Didn't I tell you to get your notebook out, that you're going to want to write these notes down? And as I looked at what was coming in a Q&A, I think people could see, oh my gosh, this is power packed. Tell your friends right now, this is a moment to stop and let them know that they need to tune in right now. They have not missed too much. They can get what they need to get by tuning in right now. Have them go to cutemple.org and they can register for the conference on the homepage. Tell them it's not too late. And for you, get out your snacks, get out your charcuterie boards, and let's really just open ourselves up and get prepared to receive, because there is so much bounty in store for you. So coming up next, we have 2 amazing experiences. They're going to wrap out our first segment. First, you're going to hear from the Christ Universal Temple Ministry. We have some powerful music coming your way. And then you're going to hear from the hardcore metaphysician. All right, so Reverend Galen McDowell is the executive minister and senior assistant minister at Christ Universal Temple. He is the host of the podcast Truth Transforms on Unity Online Radio. It's a program that provides new thought lessons and spiritual, insightful interviews to help people live better lives. Reverend McDowell has sat on the board of directors for the Universal Foundation for Better Living for years and years. And he has been on the Johnny Coleman Institute's teaching faculty since '97, years and years and years. And he now serves as the director of Johnny Coleman Institute. He's also a success and life coach. Reverend McDowell is known as the hardcore metaphysician because of his passionate and powerful presentation of new thought. He is a regular contributor to the Science of Mind magazine, along with helping with projects for Unity, the Universal Foundation for Better Living, and the International New Thought Alliance. His talk, coming to you right after you hear from Christ Universal Temple's music ministry, his talk is entitled Total Wellbeing: How to Use Spiritual Methods for Mental and Physical Well-Being. Get ready for the fire. Remember, go ahead and just let us know you're feeling it in the chat. I'm so excited to turn this over to our Christ Universal Temple Ministry and then right to the hardcore metaphysician, Reverend Galen McDowell.
I know it's been so hard and you don't know what this all means. But don't you ever let go, 'cause there's a reason you're still standing after all you've seen. Don't you ever let go. Say, don't let go. Don't let go. Oh my. But don't you ever let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Oh yeah. Oh my. But don't you ever let go. Come on, this is not an accident that you're still alive. There is more. So I will live and not die to see the salvation of the Lord. God knows the plans He has towards me. He knows the thoughts He thinks towards me. And nothing is an accident. I'm alive because there's more. God knows the plans He has for me. He knows the thoughts He thinks towards me. And this is not nothing is no, yes. I'm alive because there's more. God knows the plan He has for me. He has for me. He knows the thoughts He thinks towards me. And nothing, no accident. I'm alive. Let's do that again. Here we go. God knows the thoughts He has for me. He knows the thoughts He thinks towards me. And nothing, yeah, an accident. I'm alive because say I'm alive. I'm alive. Oh, I'm alive. And this is not an accident. I'm alive. Oh, there's more. One more time. Say, I'm alive. Yes, I am. I'm alive, yeah. I'm alive. Oh, it's not an accident. I'm alive. Come on, say there is more. more time. Say there is more. Come on, you should know there is more. Come on, you still have work to do. There is more. And this is not an accident. Oh, there's more. Say there is more. Yes, there is more. There is more. There is more. And this is not an accident. I'm alive. Cause there's more. Say I'm alive. I'm alive. Cause there's more. Says I'm alive. Cause there's more. Say you're alive. Cause there's more. You're alive. Cause there's more. There is more. There is more. There is more. There is more. And this is not an accident. There is more. There is more. Come on, sing it again, Brian. There's more. There is more. There is more. There is more. There is more. And this is not an accident. I'm alive, 'cause there is more. You're alive, oh, 'cause there is more.
Hi, my name is Galen McDowell, and I'm the executive minister at Christ Universal Temple, and I'm also the host of Truth Transforms, a podcast on Unity Online Radio. I want to talk to you today about using spiritual principles for your mental and physical well-being. I'm convinced that people are looking for a life that fulfills and satisfies their souls. When we focus on things that don't bring delight to our souls, we limit our ability to live a life of purpose, love, health, prosperity, and fun. We need all of those attributes to live a life of total well-being. I'm going to share with you some points I believe can help you create the life you desire, to create a life of total well-being. We're going to discuss some principles, some techniques, some ideas that can help you get your breakthroughs so you can claim 2021 and beyond, to live a life that you desire, to live a life that will fulfill you, to live a life that will satisfy you, and live a life that is healthy in every way, shape, and form. So let's get right to it. My first point is 100% responsibility, E plus R equals O. 100% responsibility, E plus R equals O. E plus R equals O means event plus response equals outcome. Now, I didn't make up this point. I borrowed it from some books that I've seen in the past. But I want you to understand, if you want good mental and physical health, you must be in integrity with yourself. You have to own what has shown up in your life. And you have to own what is currently showing up in your life. Regardless of the situation, accept it. Whatever happened, accept it, and then decide to transform it. I realize that many of us have gone through many challenging experiences in our past. And some people have gone through many traumatic things that have gone on in their past. And I'm not saying that you are justifying anything, and I'm going to deal with that in my next point. But I do want you to acknowledge that the acceptance of it allows it to function differently in your soul when you can say, okay, I accept it, And now I'm going to take the responsibility to transform my life because I'm going to take my power back. I'm not going to allow any situation and circumstance to make me believe that I can't respond in a positive and constructive way. Remember that we're spiritual beings living in a spiritual universe governed by spiritual law. And what that means in real time is this, that you are more than what you see in the mirror. You are more than what you've gone through, and you are more than what you're going through. You are God's image and likeness. You are an individualized expression of the one mind, the one presence, the one power, the one spirit that we call God. And because that power resides within you, you can make it, you can overcome it, you can transform it, you can get your breakthroughs. So if you want a life of total well-being, you have to own it all. Own it all and make a decision today to change it, to transform it, to flip the script and go from whatever breakdowns you have had in the past and to turn them into blessings. Get help if that's what you need to do. Train, learn, pray, forgive, write in your journal, or whatever you think you need to do that is healthy and constructive to reclaim your power. My next point is forgive for you, not them. Forgive for you, not them. Forgiveness is a choice to no longer wallow in your painful past. Forgiveness is the shortcut to spiritual growth. I tell people all the time, if you want to grow fast spiritually, learn how to forgive. Forgiveness is the liquid plumber in the soul. You know, at times when you might have some plumbing issues and you pour the liquid plumber into the drain, what it does is it gets rid of the debris, the things that have clogged up the pipe that doesn't allow the free flow of the water. Well, the same thing can happen in the soul, that we're holding on to so much stuff, so much pain from the past, so much drama, so much trauma that we don't allow the free flow of spirit to work in our lives. Therefore, if we want total well-being, if we want to use spiritual methods for mental and physical well-being, we have to recognize that we must forgive. Forgiveness cleanses the soul of past hurts and helps create freedom. Forgiveness is not reconciliation. Forgiveness does not mean that legal matters should not be pursued. Forgiveness is just choosing your own wholeness. It doesn't mean you have to go and allow somebody back into your life. Forgiveness is based around one basic question. Do you want to be whole? Do you want to be whole? Reverend Coleman used to say, no one is worth you being sick, broke, and unhappy. You forgive for yourself, not them. I love the quote by Gerald Jampolsky. Forgiveness means giving up all hopes for a better past. Sometimes we just want life to be different. We want our parents or spouses or significant others or friends or family or our school experiences, our work experience, whatever they are, to be different than how they showed up. Sometimes we want our bodies to be different than how they showed up. We're angry sometimes and frustrated with not just other people, but with ourselves. But forgiveness means giving up our hopes for a better past. It's accepting what happened and acknowledging that you have the ability, you have the power to free yourself from whatever meaning, whatever story you told yourself that disempowered you. Allow yourself to be free through forgiveness. That's how you maintain your well-being. I often quote the song from Erykah Badu when she wrote, bag lady, you're going to miss your bus. You can't hurry up. You've got too much stuff. We hold on to things in our lives and then we wonder why we can't move. We're dragging the dead weight of people, places, and things, and we need to let it go so we can grow and we can go forward. And you can't go forward if you're holding on to the old mess. Jesus said, you can't put new wine in old wineskin. My next point is calendar your Sabbath moments. Calendar your Sabbath moments. Work effectively and efficiently when it's time. And rest, relax, and enjoy your life when it's time. Again, work effectively and efficiently when it's time. And rest, relax, and enjoy your life when it's time. If you don't put your rest and renewal moments on your calendar, they don't exist. Now, I know that in the midst of the new year, everybody's talking about what you need to do. But I'm also talking about what you need to do to maintain your well-being, because if everything is about the grind, then you potentially can burn out. You don't want to use zeal without wisdom. If you don't plan time to be with your loved ones, for instance, it doesn't exist. You have to plan time. You have to be intentional. You have to make sure that you take time to pray, take time to meditate, take time to study. You have to take time and put money aside for vacations. You might say, well, I can't, I might not be at the monetary level where I can go on a vacation, or you might be afraid to leave because of what's going on with the pandemic. But if you can't do anything other than go spend a night downtown somewhere or in another town just to change the energy, do it. Even if you got to save up for it for months. Why is that necessary? Because this is necessary for your renewal, for your rest, to reboot, to re-energize and revitalize your own soul. You got to go to places of worship if you go to churches or you're a part of some type of religious organization. Take time for it. Go to classes. Go to seminars. Go to conferences. When the world opens back up, go to that conference that you always wanted to go to. Go for walks. Work on your hobby. You might have a thing that you just enjoy to do just because you enjoy to do it. Go volunteer somewhere and help somebody. Help your local church or religious organization. Help your local non-for-profit. Help somebody that might not be in the position you're in right now. Take time to do the things that fulfill your soul and allow you to renew yourself. You know, you'll see the people online and the motivational speakers and you know, the hard-driving preachers, and I could be a hard-driving preacher myself. But I understand that you have to take time to take your mind off of things so you can reboot and renew. If you never take your mind off of things, eventually you might not be as efficient and as effective as you want to be. You have to make time to get oil changes for your automobile. You have to take time to put gasoline in your automobile. And if you have a hybrid or an electric car, you have to stop and make sure that you allow the battery to re-energize. That's life. It's use, and then you renew. It's the ebb and flow. And if one gets too far out of balance, you will throw off your well-being. So make sure that you are putting your moments in your calendar. Put the things that matter in your calendar. Be intentional. Okay, I need to take vacation time. I need to take some time with my kids. I need to spend some time with my significant other. I need to spend time with study and rest and what a hobby or exercise, yoga, tai chi, I don't know what it is. But you have to make sure that you're taking time to reboot. All right. My next point is pay attention to your body and love it. Pay attention to your body and love it. Don't neglect hurts or when you need to sleep or get some rest. A lot of times we don't pay attention to our bodies and we don't want sometimes to just acknowledge when there's the pain and there's the hurt. And I get from a metaphysical and spiritual standpoint, I'm a spiritual being and this pain doesn't exist. The pain exists. It might not be real at the spiritual level of life, but it's showing you that there's something in the body that needs addressing. Don't ignore it and then create potential other problems. Now, how you choose to deal with it, whether spiritually, medically, or a combination of both, is up to you. Whether it's spiritual, medical, exercise, and whatever, that's up to you. It's not my choice to tell you what you should be doing about your well-being. What I can say is don't ignore it. I have colleagues who are no longer in a body because they ignored what was going on in their bodies. Spiritual teachers, leaders of people who did not necessarily pay attention to what was going on. They ignored it until it became a significant problem. Don't allow a snowball at the top of a mountain to turn into an avalanche in your life. Take care of yourself. Eat more fruits and vegetables and drink more water. Create or join an exercise program at your level of physical prowess. Speak life to your body and praise it. Your body is a colony of 30 to 50 trillion cells that are working in harmony to produce and maintain the physical you. Every cell, every one of those 50 trillion cells has life or activity or animation, intelligence or mind, and substance or form. Intelligence in the cells in your body responds to your thinking, feeling, and words. Your body believes every word you say. Your body believes every thought you think. Your body believes every emotion you have. Affirm wholeness to your body daily. Affirm it. And bless all the parts of your body, especially the parts that might be giving you some challenges. If it's hurting, put your hand on it if you have to, even if it's internal, and start to bless it and speak the word of life to it. Thank you, God, for healthy whatever, that is functioning in divine order, functioning with maximum capacity. Whatever it is, you create your own affirmations, not for me to say. I'm just giving you a framework for you to work from. But make sure that you bless it. My Sifu, Daryl Curry, always says to me, Galen, before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. What he means is the work doesn't stop. The founder of Christ Universal Temple and the Universal Foundation for Better Living used to always say, and was famous for saying these words, it works if you work it. It works if you work it. We're here today to make sure that you have some distinctions, some principles, some techniques that you can work. But you have to do the work, because before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. It doesn't make a difference how spiritual you get. You still have to do the work. You have to be intentional and consistent about your own spiritual practices, your own well-being practices, your own forgiving practices, your own transformational practices. It doesn't change. Make your well-being a top priority. Love yourself enough to put yourself first. When you're in an airplane, the flight attendant will say, if the cabin pressure is compromised and the oxygen masks fall, put the mask on your face first, then put it on somebody else. Why? Because you can't help the people that matter to you if you're not taking care of yourself first. So just be mindful of that. So I'm going to give you a little bit of homework. As I mentioned earlier, that I'm the host of the podcast, Truth Transforms. If you go back several years, because I've been doing this podcast since 2012, I did a series titled Lessons in Truth. It was 12 lessons, lessons in truth. I want you to go on, listen to those podcasts, if you can with a pen and paper, if not, while you're walking or what you're doing. It's on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Podbean, all the places where you get apps, and unityonlineradio.org. Make sure that you're listening to it so you can get what you need. And then follow it up with the current series that I'm in, The Magic of Thinking Big. The podcast broadcasts live at 10 a.m. on Wednesdays, Central Time. So make sure that you listen to some teaching that will give you techniques and principles to transform your life. So in closing, your well-being matters. The world is waiting for your transformation. Your loved ones are waiting for your transformation. They deserve the best version of you, and you deserve the best version of you. So let's make sure that we go out and do the work. It works if we work it. Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. God bless you.
Thank you, Reverend Galen McDowell, for that powerful workshop. You know, there's so many amazing nuggets I got out of it. I know that for sure, what I heard personally was about zeal and wisdom. You know, sometimes with the new year, we get started, we're excited, we're revved up, and we are doing essentially too much unfocused stuff. And so the idea that you got to use wisdom with your enthusiasm and excitement and gusto and ready to move out and change your whole life, to use wisdom along with that. I love how these are all working together. So together, this is why it's important that we hang around for the entire conference, because it all works together for your transformation. And I know that some of the information you hear may not be new to you. You may have heard these things, but when you decide to be new, you need to hear things new. And so I want to encourage you to, again, take notes as you go along here. I'm going to introduce you another opportunity for you to continue the spiritual work that you need to do in order to have the life you desire. And so if you're joining us new, I'm Reverend Cherie Thompson. So glad to be here. You're in at the right time and the right place with the right people. This is the Christ Universal Temple family that is here ready to kick off the year, knowing, remembering, being encouraged to know that you can have it all. We're equipping you with the mindset you need in order to move forward with that massive mission. And so coming up first is going to be Gavin Jackson. Then you're going to have your meditation time. And then we're going to hear from Reverend Lola Wright. So I'm going to introduce our speakers for those of you who are new and may not know our wonderful speakers. I'm going to give you some information on them, and then we're going to dive on in. Okay, so Gavin Jackson is a business leader, investor, and author who takes great pride in being a lifelong student and teacher of the methods and mindset of superior achievement. A graduate of Hampton University and Northwestern University School of Law, his career has taken him from the lofty heights of Wall Street as an investment banker and trader to his current role as the Chief Operating Officer of one of Chicago's largest and most historic ministries, Christ Universal Temple. He is the co-owner of the Jackson Knuckles Group, a multi-million-dollar restaurant and hospitality enterprise. In all of these roles, he is committed to combining elevated thinking with intelligent works, what he calls the mind plus the grind. His talk today is entitled God's Executive, The Way of Spiritual Entrepreneurship. So you're going to hear from Gavin, and then we're going to go into a powerful meditation experience that's going to be facilitated by the Reverend Sherry James, Senior Minister at Understanding Principles in Los Angeles. That's my minister. And she's going to give us a meditation. And then we're going to hear from Lola Wright. Reverend Lola Wright is Chicago born and built with a deep appreciation and understanding for all of the city's complexities. An ordained minister with a gift for weaving together the mystical and material, she served for many years as the CEO of Bodhi Center, an organization committed to personal transformation, collective awakening, conscious activism, and community building. Her work has taken her to stages around the world as a speaker and vocalist, including the Agape International Spiritual Center, TEDx, Chicago Ideas, Harvard Divinity School, Havana Jazz Festival, and I know you've heard her at Christ Universal Temple. She has conducted more than 300 live events since 2014, including a sold-out monthly experience that brought together some of the country's most prolific artists and thinkers, and thousands of hours of consulting with coaching teams and individuals in their pursuit for something greater. It's the culmination of her experiences that have solidified her desire to challenge people to live fierce and loving lives. Reverend Wright loves nothing more than creating unexpected encounters that shake up what you thought you knew. Her talk today is entitled Conscious Leadership. So you have two powerful speakers in store for you coming up next with an amazing meditation in the middle. I want to make sure that you are prepared and ready. Get yourself back in your seats. The break is almost over. It's time for our next speaker. I want you to open up your mind, open up your hearts for Mr. Gavin Jackson.
Hello, hello, hello. As we continue this magnificent conference, I am so happy to be with each and every one of you. And in this session, we are going to talk about being God's executive, the way of spiritual entrepreneurship. Spiritual entrepreneurship. This session is for people that are the leaders. It's for the people that are the hustlers. It's for those of you that are already or want to be leaders in the business arena, those of you that are already entrepreneurs, those of you that have a side hustle or looking to get a side hustle. This is for those that are looking to work with some spiritual entrepreneurship tools right here and right now. Let's jump right to it. I want to make sure that we are learning how to not only navigate any economy, but to prosper in any economy, no matter what. And we know what we're dealing with right now. At the time of this conference, we are in the midst of what they are calling a global recession. It is a recession that has been brought on by a global pandemic, so we are dealing with times like we have not seen in about 100 years. To be clear, the things that I'm going to outline over the next few minutes are not just from theory. They are from my own practice. They are from the practice of many successful entrepreneurs that have gone before us. In my own life, I have been a business leader for almost 20 years. In fact, I am one of the leaders right here at Christ Universal Temple as I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for this ministry, and serving at a time when tens of thousands of churches and ministries and spiritual institutions are being forced to close their doors, are being forced to move in ways that they haven't moved before. Here at Christ Universal Temple, under the leadership of the Reverend Dr. Derek B. Wells, we continue to strive, we continue to navigate these waters. So I'm going to talk to you about how we are doing that here. First things first, the first rule you have to have as God's executive, as a worker in the way of spiritual entrepreneurship, is that you need to have a deep passion, a deep purpose in the industry in which you are working. This passion has to be so ingrained in you. This purpose has to be so ingrained in you, coming out of your natural gifts and abilities, that you might even do the work for free. If you are not working as a part of your divine purpose, I would almost encourage you to consider quitting right now. I'm not telling you to quit, but I'm saying take a look at what you are already working on. Take a look at what you are considering working on. If it is something that doesn't excite you, you might want to consider not even getting started. Because it is in times like these that the strength you will need to have the victory through certain tough times, or to have victory to excel in normal times, the strength that you will need will come from your passion. It will come from your purpose. It comes from your divine assignment. Let's take a look at what Scripture has to say about this. I'm reading from Judges chapter 16, verse 17. So he told her everything. No razor has ever been used on my head, he said, because I have been a Nazirite dedicated to God from my mother's womb. If my head were shaved, my strength would leave me, and I would become as weak as any other man. So the Bible contains many stories and scriptures about strength and how to access it. That scripture, of course, is one of the more popular stories, and it is that of Samson and Delilah. And so if you went to Sunday school, you are familiar with the gist of this story. Samson had magnificent strength. He was a magnificent warrior, an undefeated warrior. His wife, Delilah, finds out the source of his strength is in his hair. She cuts his hair so he is weak and then captured by his enemies. Every story in the Bible has spiritual implications, so we must ask ourselves, what is the practical spiritual implication of this story about Samson getting his hair cut and losing his strength? We have to know that it is not about having long hair. I hope that the story is not about literally having long hair. Remember that they point out that he is a Nazirite, which means that he was consecrated to God. And it shows that for a Nazirite, their hair was a symbol of their connection to God. Their hair was a symbol for their connection to God. So they had a vow at birth that they would not cut their hair. It also said that they would not touch dead bodies. They would not drink wine. So to a Nazirite, losing hair was a symbol of being cut off from their divine assignment. So when the writers of Scripture are describing the uncut hair of Samson, they are making the point that his strength comes from one's connection to God. Like Samson, we have all been given assignments. There are ideas, there are plans that cause you to light up with excitement when you even think about them. Your pressing intuition tells every fiber of your being, yes, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be. Yes, this is what I want to have. That is a signal that it is passion. That idea is coming to you from God, and therefore it is an assignment by God. More important, once you have been given this assignment, you have also been separated. You have also been consecrated to complete the assignment. So when you are moving forward as instructed in prayer, then you are being strengthened by that assignment. When Scripture talks about Samson's hair being the source of his strength, it is his connection to the divine assignment that is being conveyed. So as a spiritual entrepreneur, as God's business leader, it is important for you to get connected and to stay connected to your assignment, because it is the strength that comes from that passion. It is the strength that comes from that God-given vision that will pull you through and push you through in times that seem like they may be challenging. You don't want to be working on anything that you kind of feel so-so about. You don't want to be struggling through an industry that, man, you could take it or leave it. You want to be working on what excites you or nothing at all. The strength you need to be a successful business leader or entrepreneur comes from that connection to God, that God-given purpose and passion. To be cut off from that by any Delilah-type experience can weaken you. And I want to be very clear. Sometimes people will tell this story in a way that is very patriarchal, in a way that is demeaning to women, to say, see, it was Delilah that messed him up. If it wasn't for his choice with that woman, he would have kept his strength. That is not the point that you should get from that scripture. The point is, do not let any situation or any circumstance separate you from your connection to God. Do not let any Delilah-type circumstance connect you from what you are passionate about, what your purpose is. You and your job is to maintain your connection at all costs. The next point I want to make sure that you walk away with from as a successful spiritual entrepreneur, as God's business leader, is to get beyond your intellect. You all have some wits about you in order to be a successful business leader and entrepreneur. Your intellectual power is absolutely essential. You have to draw on your studies. Yes, you have to connect yourself with a mentor or a coach that can teach you in ways of what you are working on. Someone that has successfully already done what you are trying to do. Yes, you have to stay a constant student of your industry. But please know that there are goals that you will have that has no precedent. There are goals that you will have that has no roadmap. Or there will be situations like a global pandemic that no one has seen in over 100 years that you will have to navigate, and your intellect will not be enough to be truly successful in those situations. You will have to go beyond the measures of your intellect to satisfy seeming problems with ideas and ways and means that come from a higher source. As I stand here before you today, I can tell you I have the degrees. I have the business experience. But the ideas and the instructions that are allowing me to be successful today, allowing me to successfully navigate this economy, these ideas come from God. I will say it again. It's not all of my degrees. They get me so far. What is allowing me and my family and my business and my church to move right now are ideas that are beyond intellect. They are God-given ideas. So the only miracle that is mentioned in all 4 of the gospel accounts is the feeding of the 5,000. It's recorded in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And this miracle of feeding the 5,000, of course, is attributed to Jesus, but the principle
has very practical implications for us. Through this principle, we learn that as spiritual operators, we already have what we need, how to get beyond the intellect and get instructions from God. Let's go to the scripture. I'm going to read from Matthew 14, 17 through 19, and it reads, "We have here only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish," they answered. "Bring them here to me," he said. And he directed the people to sit down on the grass. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish and looking up to heaven, he gave thanks and broke the loaves. Then he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. They all ate and were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 12 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. So just for a little bit of context, at this point in the journey, Jesus has become so popular that he is being followed by thousands and thousands of people. His disciples were a little bit panicked by this point when they have to now feed these people as he's teaching them. And they're saying, hey, there are 5,000 of these folks. This is not something that we have dealt with before. This is not a situation that they've had any contact with. So they're a little bit panicked. And Jesus says, "What do you have?" They're stunned and they say, "Well, we just have a little bit." And he says, "All right, sit down." And through the power of the truth and his understanding of his divinity, he feeds them all, and then there is enough to be left over. What does this mean for us as spiritual operators? What does this mean for us as God's executives? What does this mean for us when we are spiritual entrepreneurs? So I want you to kind of bring this scene up in your mind's eye, and I want you to imagine an excited, a very rambunctious, a very enthusiastic crowd of people. Large crowds, they are rarely low-key, and this group is super excited to see Jesus. They're super excited to hear what he's about to say. This growing group of followers is engrossed, and they are clamoring for his attention. They were, quote-unquote, hungry for him. They were hungry for him. They were hungry for his presence. They were hungry for his miraculous work. In your everyday practical experience, the 5,000 boisterous people represent all of the demanding situations that are pulling on you. The 5,000 people represent the information that is giving you a little stress. The 5,000 hungry people are situations that pull on you and need your attention and need your gratification. The 5,000 people in your life could be bill collectors calling you. The 5,000 hungry people can be not knowing if you're going to be able to open your business next week. The 5,000 hungry people can be employees and you're not sure how you're going to make payroll. The 5,000 hungry people can be competition in businesses in your industry, possibly threatening your profits. The 5,000 hungry people represents all of the noise that is in your face, vying for everything in you, vying for all of your attention, vying for your thoughts, vying for your energy. That is what the 5,000 hungry people represent. And they all demand immediate, quote unquote, feeding. Worrying and wondering about how to solve what seems too large to handle is the thought invading many minds today. The practical application is found first in Jesus' first instruction. In each gospel account, Scripture records that Jesus instructs everyone to sit down on the grass. To first sit down on the grass. For us, this means calm your mind as it relates to your thinking. Every thought that tries to jump in your face, every thought that tries to push you around, every thought that tries to demand that you drop any and everything and focus exclusively on it, that thought must be told first, sit down in the grass. The thought that parades itself as being too big for you must first sit down. Any apparent quote unquote hunger will appear larger when it is standing in your face. When the problem is in your face and you don't have any distance from it, it seems bigger than it is. It seems hungrier than it is. It seems more pressing than it is. The instruction that Jesus gives to his disciples is first, sit these people down so that I can get to my truth. That is instructive to us. First, tell those thoughts to sit down so that you can get to your truth. I'm going to need some space. I'm going to need some distance. I'm going to need for you to calm down and quiet down for a moment so that I, like Jesus, can work with my truth. The miracle of feeding the 5,000 did not occur until the clamoring crowd sat down. After you quiet the problem in your mind, you are able to turn your attention to what you have, no matter how small it may seem. The description of what the disciples had sounded daunting. Sometimes we forget that it was really just a lunch for a little boy. What you have on hand may appear small and insignificant, but you have to turn to it anyway. So before you can move your mind and see what you already have, you must first be quiet. Talk to those thoughts. Tell them to sit down so that you can do your next work. Find a way to make loud things seem small and quiet. Things that are demanding to be fed does not necessarily mean they are the most important thing you should be thinking on right now. Placing your attention on the 5,000 and not what you already have doesn't allow you to solve the problem. The next step when we look at this miracle by Jesus, after telling people to sit down in the grass, was to ask, what do you have? What do you have? So next, Jesus turned his disciples' attention onto what they already have, and it is described in Scripture as 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. After you quiet the problem in your mind, just turn your attention to what you already have, no matter how small it may seem. The description of what the disciples had sounded like it didn't work. But look at how many times in this economy you have read stories about business leaders, about entrepreneurs, making something out of what seemed to be little of nothing. I've heard stories of beer distilleries. Immediately, once they realize we're not going to be able to ship this to any restaurants, we're not going to be able to sell it in-house, they said, hey, we have these distilleries, and so they turned the beer distillery into making hand sanitizer. They looked at what they had. A good friend of mine had a catering business, but his catering business was really for large events, weddings, gatherings, corporate events. Of course, in this economy and in this time, those events are not happening. But he said, hey, I have a kitchen. I know how to make food this way. He immediately shifted his business to making individual meals to be delivered to people that may not be able to get out of their homes. He looked at what he had at hand. But to get to that idea, To get to the mode of an idea that can prosper you, you have to quiet down that crowd and then immediately look at what you have at hand. It doesn't matter how small it appears. What do you have? What are your 5 and 2? After you identify what you have, Scripture describes Jesus as doing what? Giving thanks. In all 4 gospel descriptions, Jesus breaks the bread and he gives thanks. Then what is needed appears. Giving thanks is a multiplier of good in your life, my entrepreneurial friends. Giving thanks is what gives you breathing room and space to work with your truth. And I realize this step is not always simple and easy. I understand how difficult it can be to give thanks for something, particularly before it shows up. It is difficult sometimes to give thanks when you are under financial pressure. It is difficult sometimes to give thanks when you're feeling stressed, when you're feeling overwhelmed. That is precisely the time to give thanks. It is that gratitude, as exemplified by Jesus in this miracle, that gives the space for the truth to start to work. That is, it is giving gratitude that gives the peace in your mind for you to come up with the idea and the way to work yourself out of what seems like an impossible challenge. You shift immediately to gratitude. Shift your thoughts, shift your words immediately to gratitude in the midst of the conversation. Someone might say, hey, man, Gavin, I heard that you had a tent outside of your restaurant for outdoor eating, and then a storm came by and blew your tent down. Man, that's tough, Gavin, and that's a true story. In that conversation, I immediately shift to thanks and say, man, thank God that I had the money to get the tent. Thank God that I still have customers that want to come sit outside in 50-degree weather, 40-degree weather. Thank God I have those customers. It is the shift that allows me to stay in the space of truth and gives me a shield against people wanting to bring mess to my doorstep. Stay in your thanks like Jesus did in multiplying the loaves and the fish. He quieted everyone down. Then he looked at what he had. And then before the multiplication showed up, he gave thanks. The last thing that you will need to do that I want to share with you today in this short period of time, us spiritual entrepreneurs, those of us that are God's executives, we must hustle. Everything that I've mentioned to you and many more spiritual tools, you will be able to find in my book, Mind Plus Grind, A Thinker's Guide to Practical Spirituality. But reading a good book like this will not be enough. As leaders and entrepreneurs, we have to face the facts and work the truth at the same time. We have to face the facts and work our truth at the exact same time. The book of Deuteronomy says that whatever you do, God will prosper. But it is in your doing that you receive the prospering. There will be times to rest. And as a matter of fact, rest is essential to the process of creation. Rest is essential to your process of growth. So there will be times to rest. But let me just say it clear. If you are in the building phase of your business, if you are in the early growing phase of your job as a leader, if you are in a phase where things are unsure, of times that seem like they might be traumatic, you are in a season that appears to be a season of turmoil and unrest, you must do at least one thing every day to move that ball forward. Check on possible new grants based on what's going on in the economy. That's just one thing. Make a social media post about your business. One thing. Call that client that still owes you money. One thing. Meditate. Meditate for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, but you have to do one thing every single day to move the ball forward in your business. That is the difference between us that are leaders and entrepreneurs. If we don't work, we don't eat. And we only get to eat what we can quote unquote kill. We don't get days off when it's times of turmoil. We don't get days off when it's time to push. Deuteronomy says, whatever you do, God will prosper. Our founder, the Reverend Dr. Johnny Coleman, put it this way: it works if you work it. And she's really saying it works if and only if you work it. Our spiritual leader, the Reverend Dr. Derek B. Wells, says there is no area of life that is immune to the combination of faith, work, and enthusiasm. This is no time to get meek. This is no time to get scary. We don't play small. We walk in our spiritual swagger, and so it is. God bless each and every one of you.
Would you come apart with me for a little while? We're going to do a really short 5-minute meditation to enhance your learning. You've heard so much good information, absolutely amazing. And so I want to take a moment right now to just settle down and help the subconscious mind hold on to all of the good that you have drawn in. So right where you are, we're just going to sit in our seats, and we're going to make sure that the body is aligned. And so we want head over heart and heart over pelvis. Maybe you've discovered that you were leaning forward and so you want to sit upright. Or maybe you discovered that you were slouching and you want to sit upright. But head over heart over pelvis. And I'm not going to ask you to close your eyes. I'm just going to ask that you develop a soft gaze. So you're not looking at anything in particular, but you just have a soft gaze. The purpose for this meditation is to center ourselves and deepen our ability to hear the voice of Spirit, to push past the specific voices that you have heard or that you will hear, and to be open to what the Spirit has for you. Take a moment now and inhale deeply. And feel yourself relax even more. Notice the rise and fall of your breath. And feel yourself relax with each breath. You can acknowledge any thoughts that arise. Just be aware that a thought has risen in the mind. And then gently return your attention to the breath. And now we're going to use our imagination to see the mind opening, whatever that means to you. Imagine the God of your understanding making its impression on your subconscious mind. Feel yourself surrender to the touch of spirit. Let a sense of gratitude overwhelm your heart. Thankful that this transcendent and immanent presence is so intricately involved in shaping you, developing you. Imagine the Spirit of God now ordering all the bits and pieces of information that you've received thus far. With the swift, sweet movement of spirit, everything is now moved to its rightful place. Areas of your mind that previously seemed locked or inaccessible are now open, ready to receive new manna from your indwelling Lord. The Holy Spirit now moves through your heart and through your mind, revealing to you what you need to know. Providing for you the specific information that your soul needs. As we bring this moment of quiet to a close, return your awareness to your body. Return your awareness to the physical points of contact. Bring your hands together. In a symbol of gratitude. When you're ready, open your eyes. And just give thanks that right where you are, the power and presence of God is. And that power and presence is intimately involved with your development. I bless your mind to be open to the remaining speakers. I bless your heart to retain what has been given to you today. I bless your soul to open up and transform so that you may live out the potential on your soul. I love you. God bless you. Thank you.
I am so incredibly excited to be here with you. It is a moment of great awakening. You are on the planet at this time in the evolution of human consciousness for a right and perfect reason. It can look really seductive to turn to circumstances and conditions and ask, why do things look as they do? But if you are tuned in here now, gathering with me, we're going to explore the three-dimensional reality of existence. I'm going to invite you into your three centers of intelligence. What we're here to talk about today is conscious leadership. You know, there are lots of ways to do leadership, and some of the ways that we are used to seeing leadership done involve some tired, old played out patterns. And you are here to nudge, to support the evolutionary impulse of existence. And so that cannot happen from an unconscious state without deep suffering. And you're in 2021, baby. You're not here for deep suffering. You're here to have a kind of alive, awake, on fire existence. And what that requires is awareness to your 3 centers of intelligence. So as we explore today what conscious leadership looks like as you, I'm going to ask you to pay particular attention to your IQ, your cognitive capacity. You have a lot of practice engaging the mind. But beyond that, I'm going to ask you to tune into your emotional intelligence, your EQ. This is where sadness, fear, anger, joy, creativity reside. And I'm going to ask you to pay particular attention to your BQ, your body intelligence. Your physical body, your manifest existence is a kind of sensory puzzle of extraordinary capacity, and many of us are cut off from the wisdom, the center of intelligence that lives in our body. So as we get started, let me just bring your awareness to a practice I lean on all the time. I encourage you to take this with you today. Use it at any moment. Kids are incredibly gifted and skilled at this. You and I can practice it too. I do this with my husband. I do this in board meetings. I do this with staff. This is a hack for whole body living, which is one of the great distinguishers of a conscious leader. There are 3 parts to this practice. Tuning in to your body sensations. So in this now moment, I just invite you to take a deep breath. I invite you to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Bring your awareness to your physical body. Tune into sensations and use words that end in ing. For example, in this now moment, I'm noticing swirling in my belly, tightening in my shoulders, buzzing in my cheeks. That's my body intelligence. You and I don't have to attach any kind of story to the wisdom of the body. Now, our bodies are giving us signals of where to go, what to do next all the time. And when we are not in whole relationship with them, we deny the intelligence that's right where we are. So you know that idea of like your gut is telling you something, but your whole body is telling you something. Now tune in to your emotional intelligence, to your feeling state. And in this now moment, as you take a breath in through your nose and out through your mouth, what feelings are here now? Give yourself the gift of detaching any story that may come up as correlated to the feeling. I want you to focus on 5 core feeling states: anger, sadness, joy, fear, and creativity. You may be experiencing a cocktail of emotion right now. In this now moment, if I tune in to Planet Lola, I'm noticing joy, fear, and creativity are here. I don't have to make up anything about why that is. Conscious leaders move beyond the capacity of the finite mind and engage in the wisdom of emotional intelligence, EQ, and body intelligence, BQ. So I told you I'm noticing swirling in my belly, tightening in my shoulders, buzzing in my cheeks. Feeling states that are here now are, now I'm a dynamic being, as are you, so let me just check. What's here now? Fear, joy, creativity. Great. And part 3, what's the next thought? I wonder how you are. That's all that's here now. Now, you and I are masterful, extraordinary, exquisite storytellers. You and I have an incredible capacity to interpret our body, interpret our emotions, weave the two together, bind it with the mind, and we are like off to the races. The question that we always must ask ourselves is, where are our stories coming from? Where are we feeling mobilized, moved? Are we in a state of reactivity to life, or are we in a state of curiosity, flow, imagination, creativity? Most human beings, most of the time, are walking on the planet in a closed, defensive, and reactive state. We see the external reality of life to varying degrees as a kind of affront on our existence. And then we react. What I want to invite you into in 2021, because I think it is revolutionary for your own freedom, and it is essential, and what is needed on the planet now more than ever is an integration of your parts and a capacity to live from the inside out versus the outside in. So likely you're familiar with the threefold nature of existence. We talk about these things as body, mind, and soul. We could also talk about it as body intelligence, cognitive intelligence, and emotional intelligence. So see if you can map what I'm saying onto your understanding of metaphysics, onto your understanding of truth. Now, when I started my career, I started in banking. I was young. I was a baby. I was a young mother. I think I was like 20 years old. I had 2 little kids, and I was really ready to have this be my moment. I was at this legendary institution in the city of Chicago, and I was committed to having this work. I would show up each and every day with my banker's best on. I had this sort of idea of what a banker looked like and dressed like, and I was playing the part. I would show up with enthusiasm and eagerness. Now, my boss at the time was this woman named Sophie. Sophie was a short human, quite stout, a reliable grimace on her face, and a bite to her mouth. I mean, Sophie was tough. Sophie's style of leadership was oriented around domination and control. Now, I'd love for you to check in right now and just see how familiar control, fear, and perhaps domination may be used by you to produce a particular outcome. It's really easy to see how we have used that model of leadership in business, in politics, in education, in church. All kinds of institutions have been built on fear-based, unconscious models of leadership. You may be able to look at your own family and see how fear-based constructs, paradigms, and patterns of unconscious leadership have been used. But look within and just see. You might ask yourself in your relationship with your own children or your siblings or your partner or your parents, how do you use fear, domination, and control as a means to produce an outcome? I'm inviting you in 2021 to have a transformational relationship with your leadership style. See, Sophie thought she was doing what was going to produce the best outcome for First Chicago. She was doing what she knew best. My guess is that my boss, Sophie, was in a kind of survival pattern. She was trying to manage and control and dominate her team as best she could. But what that required was a lack of collaboration, an absence of creativity, and a belief that her team members were an opposing force. She did not see us as her allies. She did not see us as her collaborators. She saw us as something to manage and work up against. So again, where in your life are you in partnership with other people, places, and things, and doing so from an unconscious state where you are having a visceral experience of being closed and defensive? This is where the practice of presencing becomes very valuable to us. You can shift out of an unconscious state in any moment by bringing increased awareness and presence to your body sensations, your feeling states, and your thoughts. Now, we understand that our feeling states and our body sensations are not the all or the truth of who we are, but they are incredible kinesthetic indicators of what's going on in your reality. So when you and I deny the body, when you and I deny our emotional experience, we are cutting off this glorious channel, this body that is so brilliantly serving us all the time. In my experience, a leader is everybody. You know, part of shifting from an unconscious leadership model or a dated paradigm of domination and control into a conscious paradigm of leadership where creativity and imagination and aliveness and collaboration are the organizing principles requires that we understand each of us has the capacity to influence change, evolution, and growth. See, conscious leaders begin to realize they are influencing all the time. First and foremost, you are influencing your own internal state. You are the master practitioner of your inner world. If your inner world is running amok, then we have to first look at ourselves and go, what's happening over here on planet Lola that my internal state is like, ugh! We have to bring our awareness to this now moment, this body, this being, and bring increased awareness to what's going on where we are. Then we realize, oh, I not only have influence over my body, over my being, I have influence over my family. Now, you know this, right? Because you've had a family gathering where someone came in with a funky attitude and all of a sudden the entire room shifted. That's their leadership in action. You and I are creative, extraordinary manifestors of our reality. And who and how we are being is always creating the reality we are walking in. So will we create consciously or will we create unconsciously? Now, in this exploration of the threefold nature of existence or the three centers of intelligence, I want to talk about what that looks like in real life. Let's play it out like this. Imagine one dimension of reality are the facts of existence. That's like what's happening without your interpretation. There are the facts of your world. There are the facts of the world. Watch for the tendency to interpret a series of facts in a spin that supports your stories. That's a different center of intelligence. You and I are moving about facts all the time. The fact is, it's 68 degrees in this room. The fact is, I'm noticing wetness on my upper lip. The fact is. So there are just the facts. Then there is the realm of story making, where you and I interpret a whole series of stories. It could look as benign as this. The fact is, my dog slept on my left foot last night from 2 a.m. to 3:59 a.m. The story I make up is that my low back is messed up because of this old raggedy dog who wouldn't get out of the bed. That's just a real benign moment, but you and I actually don't know that the dog sleeping on your left foot for 1 hour and 59 minutes is what produced the experience you're having in your low back. But here's the thing. If that's the story you're telling, And so it is. We have the realm of facts, just that which is unarguable. We have the realm of stories. We have to ask ourselves, are these stories working for us? Are they affirming? Are they an empowering context? Or are the stories we're hanging on to suppressing our energy, weighing us down, and having us laid out at a state of exhaustion? See, human beings right now are running a whole bunch of stories. We're running stories about one another. We're running stories about our family members. We're running stories about the state of existence. We're running stories about the state of politics. I'm going to invite you to lean in to this dimension of reality that you always have access to, and that is the truth. There are the facts of your life. There are the stories that you write about the facts of your life, and then there's the truth of your life. For you and I to leverage our influence to support the evolutionary impulse of humanity and existence into the expansion that we are in the midst of. Here's the thing. We are in the midst of a great awakening. You are in the midst of a great awakening. That which is occurring on the planet at this moment in time is in service of our expansion, of our evolution. Now, you and I can be in relationship to all that's occurring in our lives from a place of exhaustion, depletion, and disempowerment, or from a place of curiosity, creativity, and imagination. My request of you as we move into 2021 is that you prioritize your well-being. There will be constant expectations, seductions, and temptations on your energy in 2021, as there always have been. But as a conscious leader, as one who is here to support the awakening of self, the awakening of family, the awakening of community, and the awakening of constructs, as a conscious leader, you have a responsibility to tune in and really discern when you're getting taken out by your stories and you've gotten dislodged from the radical truth of existence. See, we are always playing in the realm of context or content. The context of existence is the consciousness that you are holding about reality. And either the context that you are holding about reality is one of expansion, or it is one of despair. And it is not about perfectionism. There are moments in our lives where the context we are holding is one of despair. And that is why we circle up in community. That's why we join with like-minded people, so that when I forget, you remind me. So what is the context or consciousness that you are holding for yourself in 2021? I am holding a context that there is an awakening of and for humanity, such that consciousness is emerging even in the realm of leadership, because we have seen time and time again the old, tired, worn out patterns and paradigms of leadership have produced what we have. And much of that is a kind of status quo existence. You are not here for status quo. You are here to be a kind of holy disruption. A conscious leader mixes it up. They don't get so locked in the content or the stories. See, our stories will seduce us. They will exhaust us. They will weigh us down. What is the truth that you are holding as you engage with the facts of life? And then are the stories you're running about all of that supporting you or depleting you? On March 13th, 2020, I had my 2 adult children fly home from Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. They were living in an apartment together. They were independent music producers. They are independent music producers, and they had their whole life set up before them. My daughter had just graduated from New York University at the Clive Davis Institute of Recorded Music. As a singer, songwriter, producer, she was ready to launch her career. And on March 13th, 2020, I flew them home with no idea what would occur thereafter. It was clear that the human experience was in a radical experience of transformation. I could sense that. This was unlike anything we had experienced before. And there was one bit of guidance that I provided my kids as we drove home from the airport on March 13th, 2020. I said to them, over the next several weeks, and perhaps over the next several months, you will be given the opportunity to confront your story-making capacity over and over and over again. And you will be given the opportunity to choose. What are the stories that you're going to write in this human experience? Will those stories lift you up, or will those stories weigh you down? Over the last 10 months, I have reminded my children and myself of that spiritual practice, of that soul recalibration. See, you and I have to slay the stories that aren't serving us. There are so many human beings that are tempting you, that are dancing with you, and not because they are not good humans, but because they have not awakened to an alternate possibility. See, you know, by virtue of being here with me today, that your unconscious states are not going to support your expansion and your influence, your leadership in the human experience that is needed now more than ever. You are here to live a life of purpose. You are here to live a life set on fire. You have pressed into this dimension of reality at this time in the human experience to disrupt what we know. If you and I continue to collude as unconscious leaders with the status quo in our family system, with the status quo in our community, with the status quo of our media outlets, with the status quo of our political environment, with the status quo of our economy, guess what we will get more of? The status quo. You are here to be a conscious leader, one who influences from an awake and aware state, one who understands the power and potency of purpose. So I leave you with this hack. It is the great tool to getting into this now moment. If we had leaders multiplying right now, that had the capacity to be tuned in to their body intelligence, their emotional intelligence, their cognitive intelligence, and live a kind of integrated existence, we would create systems and structures that were oriented around people and profit. We would not just be about the bottom line. You are here to be a revolutionary of love. You are here to be a radical disruption to the status quo, to be a conscious leader calling forward your own awakening. What am I noticing in and on my body? Words that end in ing, tightening in my shoulders, tingling in my fingers. Feeling state, joy and sadness are here now. Next thought. I believe you're extraordinary. I can't wait to see what you do this year. How will you reorganize, recalibrate, slay those nonsense stories, and live an integrated life of body, mind, and soul? See, you and I are the ones that we've been waiting for. We've heard that now more than ever. You're it. This is a moment of great awakening. Will you be an evolutionary, Or will you do your old unconscious pattern of staying small, of holding back, of dampening your aliveness? You are here to live a life set on fire. You are here to be a conscious leader, one who disrupts the inertia of the status quo. I know that 2021 is your year. I know it is your year because you get to say when and what happens in your life, world, and affairs. I look forward to hearing, seeing, witnessing what you create from a state of awareness, awakeness, presence, and see if you can mitigate and loosen your primal survival response system that is closed and defensive. See if you can perceive reality as your ally, such that every being, every opportunity, every encounter you dance with is a gift for your awakening. Many blessings.
I don't even know what to say. That section was so powerful. We had an experience with Gavin Jackson. I don't know if I'm ever going to look at the story of Samson and the story of Jesus feeding the 5,000 ever the same again. Being reminded through the story of Samson that our strength comes from our connection with God. So when I'm feeling weak, I can remember that my strength doesn't come from some external means, but from my connection with God. And oh my gosh, my mind is just blown with the idea of what to do in the midst of a challenge using the story of Jesus feeding the 5,000. What I'm walking away is take your mind off the 5,000 problems. That was my hallelujah moment. And Reverend Lola, thank you so much for that powerful, powerful talk about being conscious leaders and how we're all leaders here with a divine assignment to be awakened so that we can to awaken so that we can awaken other people. That's really what it boils down to. And getting into the story that you're telling yourself about yourself, that it is so. Whatever story you're telling yourself, it's so for you. And so I love those spiritual mind hacks that we can use to get us out of our story, or at least to make us recognize the story that we're telling ourselves. So much good in store. I feel wholly uncomfortable. I hope you feel uncomfortable. I hope something you've heard has shaken you out of your comfort zone, because that's what we're here to do. We're not here to stay the same. We're here to transform, because the idea of you can have it all is going to require you to change. So just take a breath and just bask in the feeling of being uncomfortable, because that means you're on the right track. That means your mind is open and receptive to something new. So it's been amazing. I trust that you've been fed. We're not even finished yet. We have a couple more workshops, and then we're going to have our live panel. And I know for sure that you've been fed. It's been so rich here. And this amazing experience that's been brought to you at no cost. We want to let you know that this is the commitment that Christ Universal Temple has to your spiritual growth. They are committed. Like it is amazing, the love experience that they're having with each of us with this offering. And so for all the speakers that have come so far. Thank you so much for pouring into our souls. Following our next segment, I'm going to take up an offering, a love offering. And so I want you to kind of get your offering ready, because we're going to do a massive collective blessing of it. And I want us to all have it ready when we do that blessing. So start getting your offering ready. We're going to hear from 2 more speakers, bless our offering, and then I'm going to open it up for a lively panel discussion. So I said that after we have our next 2 speakers, we're going to go into our live session. I hope you're getting your offering ready, because I want you to be ready when we bless what we have to share. I'll put the instructions up on how to do that in a little bit when we come back. So don't worry if you're new here and you don't quite know how to share a gift with this ministry. I'll give you all of the information in a moment. So our first speaker is Reverend Cherie Thompson. I'm going to talk about myself in the third person. How about that? Reverend Cherie Thompson is an ordained minister, communications professional, life empowerment coach, dynamic motivational speaker, workshop facilitator, podcast host, and author. She apparently loves any creative outlet where she gets to talk. That's True. She gets massive joy making people laugh, listening to their heart's desires, and helping them breathe new life into their dreams. She was chosen by TV's Touched by an Angel star, the Reverend Dr. Delarice Lett, to help continue her spiritual legacy by serving as the assistant minister and director of spiritual education at Up Church. Additionally, she produces and spreads joy through live stream events for a global nutrition company. Based in Los Angeles, she has a teenage son that she loves immeasurably and also likes very much. He is a man of Morehouse now. That would be your first speaker, Reverend Cherie Thompson. Coming up next, after Reverend Cherie, is Reverend Roderick Norton. Reverend Roderick was born and raised in Chicago, and he received his bachelor degree in marketing from Bradley University in Illinois. He is a licensed teacher and ordained minister through the Universal Foundation for Better Living, Johnny Coleman Theological Seminary, where he also serves as a board member. Reverend Norton, he has also served as a board member in the past. Reverend Norton serves as a staff minister at Christ Universal Temple, where he grew up under the leadership of founder Reverend Dr. Johnny Coleman. In 2009, he stepped out on faith and began his own ministry, the Empowerment Center for Better Living, which he is the founder and spiritual director of. The Empowerment Center is a spiritual learning center dedicated to helping people to live better by transforming their thoughts and realizing their own innate divine potential. Reverend Norton has spoken nationally and internationally at conferences in Cancun, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Puerto Rico, San Antonio, just to name a few. He is known for teaching people that they are God's ambassadors and how they show up represents their understanding of their relationship to God. So you are going to have an experience with Reverend Cherie, that's me. You'll have an experience with Reverend Rod, who will be coming up shortly, and you also get a special musical performance in the midst of that. Then I'll be back to bring the panel. I'm so excited. Let's get it started.
She took the midnight train going there.
Happy New Year. Happy New You, Christ Universal Temple family and friends. I'm Reverend Cherie Thompson, and it is my joy to be with you today. Coming to you from sunny California, it has been an absolute pleasure and privilege to be invited into this circle. I have a divine assignment, and that is to remind you that you can have it all. Reverend Wells wanted me to let you know that you can have it all, and that includes love. You can have love in your life the way that you desire it. And so I'm here to just talk about love. I have a love story to tell you, but I want to set you up first because I want you to understand what I mean when I talk about love in your life the way that you desire it. Through each day, we get an opportunity to expand love into our lives. And so we had, I know I can't speak for everyone. I know I had an especially amazing opportunity in 2020 to expand love in my life because as everything got quiet around me, I began to really get involved in the people that are in my life, the relationships that I hold dear. And I'm talking about every relationship, not just romantic relationships, but your relationship with your children, your relationship with your parents, your relationship with coworkers. All of these love relationships I know for me, just became to be a very big focus in my life. Do I enjoy the relationships that I'm in? Am I being a loving presence in each and every one of them? What is love and how can I have and experience more of it? So if those questions came up to you, after you watched all of Netflix, I want you to explore that this year. Let's expand love and have it our way this year. And so these unique experiences, right? Everybody's had a unique experience of love, but there is a truth that supersedes it all. And that truth is that you are God's perfect idea of love in expression. So no matter what kind of experiences you're having with people in your life, you are still God's perfect idea of love. And I want to talk to you today about getting back to your roots. Getting back to who you really are, God's perfect idea of love in expression, and how that idea begins to transform your relationships. Okay, so that's really where I'm going with this. So now let's get there. Let's build our way there. There's a quote by the Sufi poet Rumi that I just enjoy. It is one of my favorite quotes about love, and it goes like this. You may have heard this before. Your task is not to seek love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Your task is not to seek for love. How many hours and days and apps have you downloaded looking for love? How many wasted tears have you shed over love? Your task is not to seek for love. But we seek love from everybody, right? We seek love from our parents in the form of approval, attention, acknowledgement. We want to be seen by them on some level, right? And that relationship sometimes forms the rest of the relationships that we have. And so if we were given too much attention, we crave too much attention. If we were not given enough attention, maybe we have these relationships where we're not being treated well. A lot of it kind of forms from that parental relationship. But as we grow spiritually, as we grow emotionally, we remember that we're in control of our experiences. And so regardless of what happened to us as children, we can actually form and shape our experience. Because beyond your parental relationship, I told you that you are God's perfect idea of love. And so that means that we can always become our perfect idea. So Rumi said that our task is not to seek for love, but merely to find all the barriers we have built against it. What barriers have you built against love? I mean, this is an experience we're having together. You can put it in the chat right now. You can write this in your journal. What are the barriers that you have built that keep you from having the love experience that you desire? And there are, many, I've done this work. This is some soul work that you have to do. I want to invite you to say that word, soul work. I got to have some soul work to have it all. And I want you to discover those barriers. If you haven't, some of them are on the top, and you can just go ahead and share that. And I'm not going to turn this into a confession session and share with you what I've discovered. But let me tell you, I had some barriers. I still have some I'm working through. But I wrote a book about this called Break Every Chain and Be Free, because I believe that those barriers are not meant to stand. Those barriers are holding us back from experiencing the joy, the life, the love, the prosperity that we are truly designed to experience. And so just the same way that you built those barriers, the same way that you attached yourself to pain, you can also sever those ties. You can also dissolve those barriers, because your task is not to seek for love, but to break down the barriers that have kept you from having that experience. And so the chains I talked about are, and I define chains this way, right, in the text, that chains are the lies that you've told yourself about yourself and your capacity. That the chains holding you in bondage to something that no longer serves you are the lies that you have told yourself about yourself and your capacity. And these are the assumptions, interpretations, and fears and limiting beliefs that were derived when you forgot who you really are. Those are the chains. And so there's a love story that you can be living, or this nightmare experience of love that you can be experiencing and reliving based on something that you went through and you are now chained to. So if you suffered through some abuse, if you've been emotionally abused or physically abused, there's a chain maybe locking you, that's binding you to that experience, and you keep recreating it in different formats. I have seen people recreate that abuse paradigm in every single relationship that's important to them, because they have yet to sever their tie to what happened to them. And Reverend Wells said you can have it all. We're reminding ourselves that I can have it all, and there's no exception to that. I can't have it all except for those things I did in the past that prevent me from having it all. There's no exception here. We want to work with the idea that you can have it all. And so despite those things you may have been chained to from your past, the time has come now for you to sever the tie, for you to recognize that there are barriers keeping me from living the life that I desire. So how do we break the chains? We break the chains with these chain breakers. These are consciousness building tools that are designed to affirm and remind you and reawaken you to your true identity, the truth about you, your spiritual identity. And they essentially set you free. Using these consciousness building tools sets you free. So there's nobody that comes to rescue you to free you. It is you doing the soul work, using these tools to free yourself. And those tools, you've heard this before, so I'm not going to introduce anything new to you, but I want you to have fresh ears to hear it for right now. These consciousness building tools are prayer, meditation, sitting in the silence, affirmations and denials, spiritual study. And one of my favorite ones, there's a list of them in the book, but one of my favorite ones is a daily spiritual routine. It is, and I call this daily soul maintenance. That every day you have to do some soul maintenance. You can't pray up real hard in January and affirm and set intentions and then not maintain your soul as you move through this to continue to build consciousness around what you said yes to. Daily soul maintenance is one of the most powerful chain breakers, because you can have a revelation, but unless you work with it, it will just be an epiphany you had one day. Hear me? So chains and chain breakers, we're talking about breaking down any barrier that we have to love. And so I'm going to give you a story about love that I believe will demonstrate what I mean by how do I really seek and find the barriers and then break them, dissolve them, disintegrate them. And so I found this story in the Hebrew scriptures in the book of Daniel. And it's about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. This is a love story. And they lived in Babylon under the rule of King Nebuchadnezzar. Now, Babylon represents confusion. So they're in a state of confusion. That's what's going on in Babylon. I think we can relate to that here in the United States. But King Nebuchadnezzar was feeling himself, right? And he decided that he was going to erect a golden statue of himself, and that essentially every time the DJ set started, every time the music played, everybody had to boogie to this statue. They had to bow down. They had to worship it because that was his projection. He wanted everybody to see this image of himself and to bow down. And if you didn't, it was kind of a twisted little thing on the other side, because if you didn't party the way he said to, if you didn't bow down, you were thrown into a fiery furnace, right? So it's like party or die. You're going to bow down or you're going to die. And he carried this out as people obeyed or didn't obey. So word got around that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were not bowing down to the golden statue when the music played. And so he liked these guys. And so he had them come and like, yo, like, why aren't y'all bowing down? Like, that's the rule, right? And you know what happens if you don't follow the rule. And Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were like, no, man, like, we are worshiping God. We only bow down to the power and presence of God within us. And so we're going to pass on that statue. We're going to pass on the music. And King Nebuchadnezzar is furious. And this is the way they gave it to him. It was like, we're not going to quite defend ourselves or apologize for not bowing down, because here it is. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us from it. And he will deliver us from your majesty's hand. But even if he does not, we want you to know, your majesty, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up. So it doesn't matter what, we're not gonna, even under the threat of death, we're not gonna bow down to that statue. We're gonna work with the God that we serve. We're gonna work with this idea of God. We're staying true to it. And even if it doesn't deliver us. And so this infuriates King Nebi. He's like, put him in the fire. Like, not even just put him in the fire, light that fire hotter and then throw them in there. And so he bound them together, did just that, had them thrown into the fire. I mean, this fire is blazing hot, right? Even the people that threw him in there were consumed. But when you looked in the fire, right, you saw that it was not only these three guys in there, unbound, unburnt, but they were also with a fourth person. They were in there and they walked out of the flames unharmed. And so now King Nebi, because he's not a stupid dude, he's like, wait a minute, there's something about their conviction, something about this God that they serve, and I'm not gonna mess with that, right? So nobody touched these three guys, and he promoted them, right? He gave them a higher status in his land. That is the love story that I wanted to share with you. Now, maybe not the one you thought that I was going to pull out of scripture, but here is the love story. Hear it this way, maybe through the lens of love, because I know you're thinking, like, where's the love in this, Rev? Hear it this way. Thinking of the same story. Let's just look at it with a different lens. You want love, and so you put up your best representation of yourself, right? You wear the right clothes, you do the right things, you say the right things. You ever heard of like people saying when they're dating, they send their representative? Like that was kind of like King Nebi's statue. It was the representative. And you do all that you think you should do to please. You present yourself in a way that I can do this. If you've ever been on a job interview and you're wearing clothes you never wear to work, you got your hair styled in a way you never wear to work, and you're talking in a way that you would never speak normally because you want to get the job. You want to be pleasing, right? So this is the golden statue that is erected. And what he did though, what this represents, when you look at it, is like the outward showing of love. That if I do the things, if I say the right things, if I become the person that's pleasing to you, then you will bow down to it. You will be in relationship to it. And I will have what I want. And if you're doing it, then we're having a love relationship. If you don't, we have a problem. Right? So this is what was happening in the beginning of the story. And it was a love affair because every time that music played, people decided they wanted to live, so they would just go ahead and bow down. There was a decision made, right? So we're talking about this kind of love that's conditional. Like, love me or else. Love me the way I say to love me or else. Think about this. If you've had this experience in some form or fashion where you can only receive love in the way that you have erected, like you got to do it my way, and I can't receive it any other way. You may have been in a relationship where you're the one bowing down to someone else's representation of love, something that really wasn't serving you, that didn't feel like it honored who you really are. That's King Nebuchadnezzar's statue. And so over time, the way experiencing this way of love forms barriers within you against love. It begins to make you believe that if I just show myself, it begins to be this outward showing of love. And you have really disconnected yourself from your identity, because I told you in the beginning that you are God's perfect idea of love in expression. And so if what you're doing is now conditional, in order to receive love, I need this outward showing. I need these things to happen in order for me to feel love, in order for me to feel seen, in order for me to feel attractive. All of these outward things must happen. Then that's the paradigm that you live in, which are barriers, right? And so magically, sometimes things jump over that barrier. You have a loving relationship. You have a loving exchange with somebody, but they got to be powerful enough. They got to be forceful enough. They got to be determined enough to break through your barriers. Are you hearing me? Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. There's a higher awareness of love that is always available in full measure. And that's what's represented by Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. So in this story, instead of that outward showing of love, there's some new revelations, a new awareness of love that emerges. And I'm going to go into that really briefly, because conscious love is taking your relationships through the fire. So you got to have the Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego consciousness before you go in the fire, or it will consume you. Every relationship goes through the fire, right? So we want to have a transformation in our relationships where we emerge stronger, right? Remember that I'm going to go a little bit more into this, but remember that there was a fourth person with them. They were unburned, they were unbound as they emerged from these flames that could have consumed them. But let me tell you about their awareness. So Meshach represents the awareness in you that love is transcendent, right? That it's an inner awareness of oneness with God. So once you have broken the chain that my love is tied to outward showing, then you have the opportunity now to have an inner awareness that love transcends these things. Love transcends the outer showing. And it is this inner awareness that you live, move, and have your being in. I live, move, and have my being in divine love. It's the realization that love is a part of my DNA. I can never be without it. I can never lose it. I can never hoard it. That I can never do anything but be it. All right. That is the Meshach awareness. And the love note I'm going to give you from Meshach is to realize that love is an inner awareness. If you are looking for love outside of you, then you are looking for love in all the wrong places, because love is an inner awareness. The realization of this breaks the chain of lack. It breaks the chain of unworthiness, because you realize that I'm looking for someone to validate me, to show me that I'm worthy to be loved. When in essence, you are love in expression. You can never be separated from love. This realization takes away that sting of not feeling worthy. It dissolves it. It breaks that barrier to love. You add that to Shadrach, which is your awareness of the Christ within you as the channel of your power. Your love is not a weapon to wield against somebody, to control them. That love is the channel through which you accomplish anything. And so when you add Shadrach to your awareness, you get a love note that sounds a little bit like this. Realize that love is your channel of power. Love is your channel of power. And when you get that, I don't have to cow down to anybody's expression of love. I am worthy. I am love in expression. And everything that I do is done through the power of love. Then the blame goes away. Shame goes away. Indecisiveness goes away. Those chains are forever broken in your consciousness. Those barriers come down that prevented you from having the love of your life. And then we're going to add to the mix the Abednego awareness, which is inner wisdom. Your intuition is your connection to the all-knowing power presence of God, the all-knowingness. You have a direct connection to it. And you have to realize this, because oftentimes we are looking to the past for information, and we forget that we have an inner knowing. And so in the Abednego state of mind, when we realize that love is a channel of wisdom, we can break the chain of heartbreak and dwelling in the past, because we no longer look to the past for new love. We no longer look to our past patterns for how to bring something good into our experience right now, because there's an inner knowing, there's a wisdom of God within us that is directing us to who we are, right? I can only experience who I am. I can only experience who I believe myself to be. And if I am the power and the presence of God in expression, if I am God's perfect idea of love in expression, then I can only draw to me myself, which brings us to that fourth person. Because that is the embodiment. That is the idea of grace. That's the idea of unconditional love made manifest in your life. That's the way that we're supposed to move through this experience. We're supposed to walk with unconditional love, to be a love magnet. This is the awareness that we can awaken to. Let's do that in 2021, because that's what you deserve. Like, you deserve to have a love like no other. You deserve to have love in every single aspect of your life, because you're designed for that. Anything unlike it is a barrier that you have built up against you being who you really are. And just like you built it, you can disintegrate it. You can let it go. This daily soul maintenance is how you do it. Using these chain breakers, that's how you do it. And let me tell you, because this is what I love about Christ Universal Temple. Because they give you the equipment that you need in order to break these chains. Sign up for one of the JCI classes. The Johnny Coleman Institute is a powerful place to grow spiritually. I want to encourage you to enroll. You can join one of these new mastermind groups. Don't do this alone. You don't have to go about expanding love by yourself, because sometimes you just get caught up in your own mind, your own cycles, and you just keep repeating the past. You keep inspecting the past. You keep spending all your time seeking and finding the barriers, as opposed to spending time and energy breaking them down. That's what these groups can do for you. That's what the mastermind group can do for you. That's what spiritual study does for you in the Johnny Coleman Institute. So if you really want to have love, put down the apps. If you really want to have love, stop looking outside yourself. You have a love magnet that is the very essence of who you are. Learn how to harness that power. Learn how to expand it. Take the opportunity. Make 2021 your love experience. God bless you. I love you. And I can't wait to play with y'all again. God bless.
Happy New Year and Happy New You. I am so happy to be a part of this workshop today. You can have it all. You can have it all in 2021. For this is a year of unlimited potential, possibilities, and opportunities for you. You can have it all. And I want to talk to you today about how you can have it all concerning prosperity. You can have it all. I want to talk to you about prosperity. I want you to know that you can have it all, you can experience it, and you can live it. You are in possession of everything necessary for the demonstration of prosperity in your life this year. It is your birthright to be prosperous regardless of who you are and where you may be. It is your birthright. Right where you are, I want you to repeat that for yourself and to yourself. It is my birthright to be prosperous. One of my favorite quotes by Catherine Ponder is, "The shocking truth about prosperity is that it is shockingly right instead of shockingly wrong for you to be prosperous." She says, "Please note that the word rich means having an abundance of good or living a fuller, more satisfying life." She goes on and said, "Indeed, you are prosperous to the degree that you are experiencing peace, health, happiness, and plenty in your world. There are honorable methods that can carry you quickly towards that goal. It is easier to accomplish than you may know." She says that too is the shocking truth about prosperity. So as we enter 2021, as we begin this experience of a new year, I want you to know that you can definitely have it all, that prosperity is for you. I want to give you some practical steps today that will move you from where you are to where you say you want to be. And that's a big difference. I want to move you from where you are, no matter how well you're doing, no matter how bad you think you're doing. I want to be able to give you some steps today that will move you from where you are to where you say you want to be. You see, I emphasize the word say because we say a lot of things, but do we really mean it? I want us to get into the consciousness. I want us to get into the feeling of actually not just saying it, but we want to mean it. We want to make sure that if we say that we can have it all concerning prosperity, that we really mean that we want it all. So I want to begin by giving you 4 steps, 4 practical steps that will help you move from where you are to where you want to be. From where you are to where you want to be. Number 1, as you begin to look at where you are, and you begin to look at where you want to be, one of the first steps that we must undertake in prosperity so that we can have it all, the first step is make a decision. The first step is make a decision. Please be sure to write that down. Number 1, make a decision. If you want to have it all, you must make up your mind and decide that I want everything that God has for me. I'm not leaving anything on the table this year. That has to be your attitude. I want everything that God has for me, and I'm not leaving anything on the table this year. I'm going to give it my all because I want it all. So you have to make a decision. That is the first step in you beginning the process of claiming everything that God has for you. You living richly is one decision away. You living richly is one decision away. But you must decide with a strong affirmative yes that prosperity is my birthright. You can't be weak about it. You must affirm with a strong yes. Prosperity is my birthright, and I can have it, and I'm going to have it. That has to be your attitude, and it has to come from a gut level. It has to come from a gut level. One of the authors says, assume the feeling. Assume the feeling. So making a decision is the first step in experiencing prosperity. We create prosperity through the choices or decisions that we make. Life is a series of decisions. That which we have in our life right now is there because of a series of decisions that we have made. So we must begin to make maybe different decisions if we want different results. We create prosperity through the decisions that we make. Stephen Covey says, I am not a product of my circumstances, I am a product of my decisions. So in other words, I don't look at where I am. I don't look at the circumstances of my life. I begin to look at the decisions or the choices that I have made and begin to realize that if I want different conditions, if I want different circumstances, I must do what? I must make different decisions. Prosperity is about the decisions that we make. Ralph Waldo Emerson says, once you make a decision, the universe conspires to make it happen. I love that. Once I make a decision, there is something out there that is conspiring to make it happen. Once I make a decision and the universe know that I am serious about this decision, that the universe automatically moves to conspire to make it happen, to bring it into my space. But I have to be serious. I have to have meaning. I have to make sure so that the universe knows that I am not joking about this. I'm serious about this. Every year, we probably all make resolutions at the beginning of the year talking about the great things we're going to do, how prosperous we want to be, and everything else. But after the first 15 days, something happens. You gotta be serious about the decisions that you're making. You gotta be serious about the decisions that you are making. Because the universe knows when you are serious, and when you are serious and the universe knows that you are serious, guess what? The universe moves to make it happen. The universe moves to make it happen. But nothing happens until you make a decision. Nothing happens until you make a decision. So we don't need to sit around wondering, why isn't my bank account any bigger than it is? Why isn't this dream that I've had for 100 years, why isn't that happening right now? Nothing happens until you make a decision. You can't just sit There has to be some movement. So we got to stop playing with truth and just do what has been given to us to do. We must do that which has been given to us to do. Let's stop playing around with this stuff. You know you have some dreams. You know you have some desires. You know that life is bigger than the field you have been playing on. You know that. You can have it all. You want peace, you want happiness, you want good relationships, you want a fat bank account, you can have it all. Prosperity is for you, but are you willing to make the decisions? Are you willing to make the decisions necessary in order for the wheels of prosperity to begin turning and moving and rolling in your favor? Where I am right now is a result of decisions I've made. Where you are right now is a result of decisions that you have made. Johnny Coleman says, I am the thinker who thinks the thoughts that makes the things. You see, through my thinking, through the activity of my thinking, I make decisions. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What am I thinking? I am the thinker who thinks the thoughts that makes the things. I must make a decision that my thoughts are going to be in alignment with the highest that God has for me. I must make a decision that my thoughts are going to be in alignment with prosperity. I must make a decision that my thoughts are going to be in alignment with the higher things of life that God desires for me. I must make a decision that there will be a shift in my consciousness. There will be a shift in my thinking. There will be a shift in the way I feel about prosperity, the way I feel about myself, the way I feel about life. There will be a shift this year. There will be a shift because my expectation is greater. My expectation is greater. I'm enlarging my territory this year. I'm making a decision. The moment we decide that we want to live a richer life, the moment that we decide that we want prosperity, the moment that we make that decision, our consciousness will begin the process of devising the ways and means of bringing it to us. You got to give your consciousness, you got to give your mind something to work with. Your mind can't bring you anything greater if you are not feeding your mind pictures or images of anything greater. So once you have developed the consciousness, once you have made the decision that this is what I want, and you begin to develop the image, you begin to feed your mind with something greater. Your consciousness at that point will begin the process of devising the ways and means for it to come into your experience. So that's number one, make a decision. Number two, be open to receive and work with ideas. Be open to receive and work with ideas. It is through ideas that God moves its prosperity in our lives. It is through ideas that God moves its prosperity into our lives. All ideas, we say that all ideas come from God. When God gives us an idea, we say that idea comes to us fully clothed with everything that is necessary for that idea to come into visible manifestation. There is nothing lacking to fulfill the idea. When you receive an idea, there is nothing lacking to fulfill that idea. God will send the right people into your experience. God will send the finances into your experience. And God will send anything else that is necessary for the idea to come into visible manifestation into your experience. Don't worry so much about how it's going to happen. Remember, the how is never none of your business. You work with the idea, knowing that since God gave me this idea, God knows how to take care of this idea, so let me stay in tune with God on how to bring forth this idea into visible manifestation. We work with ideas. We don't work with the manifestation. We work with ideas. So get this. Don't work with money. No, that you work. If you work with money, you work with the wrong thing. Yes, you might want to get money in the end, but you don't work with money. You work with the idea, because the idea that God has given you, you have the gifts and the talents necessary for that idea to come into visible manifestation. The idea that God has given you is an idea that was fitted just for you. And the wonderful thing about God ideas is this: God gives us ideas for us to work. And as we're working those ideas, we begin to expand ourselves. We begin to expand the gifts and talents God has given us. And we get into a new consciousness, a new realization. And there's a joy that comes with working with ideas. So I want you to do this. I want you to shut the door on all past failures. But I want you to open the door to your potential and opportunities. Don't worry about the ideas that you have received in the past that you didn't work. Don't worry about the ideas you received in the past that you did not go to headquarters and get more instructions from God about. Don't worry. I want you to close the door on all past failures. And I want you to open the door to your potential, to what is possible for you today, to what is possible for you right now, to what is possible for you this year. If you say you want it all, I need you to get into the consciousness of the present and the future and not the past. So realize that opportunity never stops knocking, and it's never too late. As long as you still have this dream, as long as you still have this desire, as long as you still have this idea, don't worry about an opportunity has passed and gone. No, if this idea is still strong on you, you work that idea. The opportunity is still here, or otherwise you would not have the same desire to fulfill that idea, whatever that idea might be. That idea might be an idea of how to bring peace and harmony in your home. That idea might be on how to expand your business or start a new business. Don't worry about past opportunities that you think you missed. There are always present day opportunities for you to experience and to get right now. So when you get an idea, you move on that idea. You work with the idea. And once again, don't worry about the manifestation. You worry about working the idea. Working the idea. Because if you work the idea and you work with God with the idea, the manifestation will take care of itself. Number three, focus your faith and reduce your fear. Focus your faith and reduce your fear. Give your faith some direction. Let it know what it is that you want and what it is you are working on. You made a decision. You have begun work with the divine ideas that will bring you the prosperity that you are desirous of. Now I need you to do this. I need you to now begin to focus your faith. Focus your faith on the idea that you have been given. The wonderful thing about faith is this. We say that faith is the perceiving power of the mind, and it is linked with the power to shape and form substance. So you need to give your mind some direction. It's the perceiving power of the mind. You need to give your mind some direction. So you begin to direct your faith towards the idea that you are working on. Because the wonderful thing about ideas are in the invisible realm. And faith is in the invisible realm. But you bring them together and you begin to work with these things in the invisible realm. You begin to see these things in the invisible realm. Once again, we don't work with the things outside of us. The things outside of us have already been established. We want to work in the invisible realm. So begin to focus your faith towards the idea. And don't be afraid to take a big step if one is indicated. Don't be afraid to take a big step. When you are working with ideas and you have made this decision that, yes, I want to be prosperous. Yes, I want the best that God has for me. Yes, it is my birthright. Yes, I want to live bigger. Yes, I want to live fuller. Yes, I want to live more prosperous. Yes, this is what I desire because God desires it for me. So if these are all yeses for you, then you must also not be afraid to take the big step, because there are going to be some big steps that you must take on this journey. I want it all. I can have it all because God has given me it all. Be willing. Still dealing with focus your faith. Be willing to let go of some stuff so you can move forward towards your greater good. Be willing to let go of some stuff so you can move forward to your greater good. Be willing to let go of some stuff. Be willing to let go of some past pains. Be willing to let go of some past so-called failures. Be willing to let go of some things that didn't work in the past. Be willing to let go of some of that so that you can be present to what God wants you to experience now, so that you can be present to the prosperity that's available for you now, so that you can be present to the new job opportunities that are available for you now, so that you can be present for a fuller, more richer life that's available to you right now. But you must be willing to let go of some stuff so that you can be present. Lastly, know that God is your partner. God is your partner. Prosperity happens when we put God first. Let go of all your human efforts and let God direct and guide you. Of yourself, you can do nothing. Let go of all your human efforts and let God guide the idea. Let God guide the decision making. Let God guide the movement of your faith. Let God guide it. God gave you the idea. God gave it to you so that you could work in partnership with God. God did not give you the idea so that you can work independently of God. No, your prosperity is dependent upon your relationship and your partnership with God. I want to leave you with this. It's an affirmation, and I want you to work with this affirmation. This affirmation says, I am prosperity. I think prosperity. I live prosperity. Everything I do prospers. I put no limits upon my supply, for it comes to me from an infinite source. I refuse to identify with hard times. I am in business with God, and God's business is good. You can have it all. How much prosperity do you want? You can have it all. How much prosperity do you want? You can have it all. Claim it for yourself. It is your birthright. And as Zig Ziglar would say, I'll see you at the top. God bless.
Thank you so much. What a powerful day we've had, and we have more to share with you. Reverend Rod, thank you so much for those lessons on prosperity. I am taking notes over here that I have got to get clear about my decision and improve the quality of my decision. That was the thing that really stood out to me. And working with the divine idea. So many of us are out there trying to make it happen, and we got to work with the idea that God gave you. Work with the idea and focus with it. Focus your faith on that idea. Thank you so much. And Reverend Cherie, she was fantastic. And she gave us some lessons on love, reminding you that love is who you are and that a love experience is available to you if you are willing to break every chain tying you back from having that full experience of love. And we learned all about how to break those chains. So powerful. And then don't stop believing. Thank you so much. I can never sing that song at karaoke again because she blew it out of the waters. I mean, amazing rendition of that song, a powerful reminder of us to keep on believing that we can have it all. That's not too big of a statement to say. It's true for you. We just want to open our minds to really embody and experience it. Okay, so we've come now to the part in our experience where we're going to make a love offering. So I want to let my panelists know I'm coming to you next, so get ready. But we're going to together, collective body that we are, powerful spiritual beings that we are, we're going to have a blessing experience together. And so I want you to come prepared with however you came prepared in order to share with this powerful ministry. You can text CUT to 41444 in order to make your offering. You can give online at cutemple.org and just click the donate button, or you can mail your donations to the church office. There are 3 ways to give. We want to make sure that you have an opportunity to plant this seed, because I'm getting you in a mindset right here that this isn't just an arbitrary exchange that you're making right now, that this is a seed that represents the desire of your heart. And what you're doing now is you're planting it in the rich soil of omnipresent substance. That's is represented in this exchange we're going to have. So with that in mind, I want you to take your offering. I did mine on text to give. I want you to take your offering in your hand and take a breath. And I want you to pull the desire of your heart into your mind and see it. Make sure you see it. If it's the book published, if it's a healing in your body, I want you to see yourself whole. I want you to see yourself experiencing the desire of your heart. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. We pray right now, divine love through me blesses and multiplies all that I give and all that I receive. Let us give from the awareness that it's already done. It's already accomplished. It's already ours. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. And so it is. Amen. 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 Thank you so much for sharing with the ministry. I'm just excited to see what this seed, how it shows up in your experience. I know that this seed that you're planting right now will bear massive fruit. Thank you so much for sharing with the ministry. Really excited, such amazing work that has come from this experience today. And I'm really excited to now dive in and have a live interaction with everybody. Hey, Reverend Wells, how are you?
I'm doing great, Rev. How are you?
I'm great. I think I blocked everybody from turning their camera on, so I'm blocking them right now.
You know my takeaway from today?
What is it?
Is how you lifted up Reverend Cherie. She like Reverend Cherie was awesome.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes you have to be willing to to toot your own horn.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It's a sad dog who won't wag his own tail. So I love that. Right? Don't you don't have to wait for anybody else to say Reverend Cherie was dope, because you know you were dope. The hosting was amazing, the lesson was amazing, the facilitation was amazing, and seeing you honor and uplift yourself was amazing. That's my takeaway. In 2021, I'm doing that. As a matter of fact, I'm starting right now. My part was incredible. I can't believe how great I was. It was dope.
And me too.
That's right. That's right.
I love it. We got to be able to listen. I got to recognize the truth everywhere. Thank you for that, Reverend Derek. So we have everybody here. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time. I know that, you make a commitment to something and you're like, yeah, I'll do that. And then you're living the commitment and just watching all of our panelists be so engaged throughout the day. Thank you so much for giving so much of yourself. And I'm going to deal with the questions that came up. Now, a lot of the questions came from this idea of mindfulness. And let me tell you, none of the panelists sat and had a conversation about what part we were going to talk about and kind of conspired together to make sure we said the same thing. But everybody talked about being mindful in the moment and having that conscious contact with God. So here are some questions that came from that. Akina in London says, my question is, I meditate on a daily basis and I pray with my family often. I'm curious if you could speak on how people can know when they are hearing from the still voice inside them that they are in alignment with the Spirit. Do you have a personal experience that you can share that highlights this experience? I'm going to give that one to Reverend Galen. Can you share a little insight?
Okay. Well, I think there's a few things that you need to take into account. I call it the intimacy of spirit. when you are getting to know someone intimately, and I'm not just talking about relationships, but I'm talking about just in general. So if somebody came to me and said, Gavin said this, Reverend Lola said that, Reverend Jackie said this, and I know them, my intimacy with them allows me to develop the consistency of hearing. So part of understanding spirit is spending the intimate time with spirit that allows you to differentiate from your ego to what God or spirit is speaking to you in your soul. Another part of it is study. Now, I'm a big believer in studying. As you study the sacred texts and spiritual leaders throughout the years, you'll start to notice a thread that is consistent. So when you understand principle and you understand how to differentiate through relationship in your own soul, it allows you to be able to discern. So for instance, we say in UFB, I'm gonna keep this short because we're all preachers and we're gonna be talking a lot. We say that we believe that it is God's will that every individual on the face of this earth shall live a healthy, happy, and prosperous life. Now, that's our first statement of faith in all of the churches of the Universal Foundation for Better Living, of which Christ Universal Temple is the mother church. Now, that statement is saying to us, if it's showing up as not as an expression of good, not as an expression of love, not as an expression of supply, peace, wisdom, etc., then most likely it is not from God, it is from our own ego imaginations, or it is an aspect of what we're receiving from the collective human consciousness, which is a mixed bag of everything, which multiple speakers talked about today. But I would go back to the initial dynamic. Now, as far as an example, I think an example could just come into play with something. I'll give a very, very personal example, and this will be very quick. For those who've been around CUT for a while, they know that about 10 years ago, I was taking care of my mother when she was ill. She was very ill. I had to move her into my house. I was taking care of her on a day-to-day basis. And she had a heart attack in my living room, basically had to be revived because she was deceased. They brought her back to life. And then she was in, what do they call it when you are about to make your transition?
Hospice.
Hospice. So, but she was holding on. And I can remember hearing, pray to release your mom. Now, the human ego, me, did not want to, quote unquote, lose my mother. But spirit was telling me, pray to release her. So I got up in front of the congregation. I had to preach a few days after that, I got that message. And I knew that it was tough. So I asked the congregation to pray with me. Mm-hmm. For those who were around, you remember that day. I asked the congregation to pray with me so I could release my mother, so my family could release her into her next experience in the presence of God. I know without a shadow of a doubt that my ego attachment wasn't connected to that request or to that whispering of the still small voice, because I was in a state of awareness that allowed me to move and navigate and know the difference between what I wanted to do and what spirit was guiding me to do. I was able to do it. Now, the only thing I will add to that is this, which is something that Reverend Jackie tapped on, is obedience is better than sacrifice. So once you receive it, mm-hmm. Obey.
Obey. Yes. Thank you for that, Reverend Galen. Reverend Jackie, would you like to share? We're talking about how hearing the still small voice, how can you tell that it is the still small voice that you're hearing and that what you're hearing is in alignment with God? How can you tell?
A couple of points, because one thing that I often teach in class, picking up on what Reverend Galen has said, relationship with God is as important as the best relationship. And most people, if you spend 2 hours on Sunday and even 1 hour for 365 days a year at home, if that's all you spend with God, then you got a relationship 20 days essentially
out of 365. I don't know no lovers who work with that and really get good at it all. I invite people just to think about that relationship development process that has to happen. And mindfulness takes you throughout all day long if you choose to use it. The other thing I want to mention is I hear the answers without ever hearing a voice. I've been meditating ever since Michael Beckwith taught me 100 years ago. There's only one time that I can say that I heard something. Other than that, when I meditate in the morning, which I do every morning, I tell you, if you only got 5 minutes, you're gonna get fired if you're late, but you only got 5 minutes to leave the house and you haven't brushed your teeth. Yeah, chew some gum, but you sit down and meditate. You ain't got time to brush your teeth. But the only thing I can tell you is you will know, because throughout the day, when decisions have to be made, answers will come to you. You have to be aware, but answers will flow to you. I turn here, I turn there, and there will be a peace about your living. Thank you.
Let me just add one thing to that, Rev. May I?
Yes.
And so I think this just to add to what both Revs have said. So one of the techniques that I do is I work to pay really close attention to both my heart and the intelligence in my body when it comes to making sure that I'm listening to the voice of spirit compared to the voice of my ego, because those two things don't feel the same. They don't have the same resonance in my heart, and they don't have the same resonance in my physical body. And so I've become more sensitive to what it feels like to being in the flow and in the harmony of that relationship with God. But as both Reverend Galen and Reverend Jackie have said, that's a process that has developed over time. And just our bodies just have a natural intelligence in them that has a resonance with its creative capacity. So the more sensitive we become, the easier it is to discern whether or not it's the voice of ego speaking, which has an amazing ability to mimic the voice of spirit, and whether it's or not it's the voice of spirit, God speaking into our souls, into our hearing, into our vision, or however God communicates to you. Because as Reverend Jackie said, not all of us hear something. Some of us feel something, right? Some of us are empathic, and that connection doesn't come through what we hear. It comes through what we feel. Some of us see it. We don't hear anything. We see the activity of God unfolding. So that's just a couple of additional ways that I've learned to just sort of tune into the inspiration of the Holy Spirit compared to the activity of my ego.
Thank you. So it's, you can see there are different avenues, different ways that people practice mindfulness or meditation. I know that mindfulness is a very, I guess it's non-religious kind of way to talk about meditation. That's really the difference. I know that question came up as well. And we can be mindful each and every moment. Like a breath can be your connection. Just a reminder that you are connected, and that can happen at any point. If you have fitness watches or, things on your phone, you can actually set reminders to just remind you to breathe, to get mindful in the moment, and get to know the power and presence of God that's in you. One of the ways that I think about connecting with God and can I hear, that was one of my first questions to Reverend Dolores McMillan. I asked her, I said, when I'm meditating, how do I know which voice is God? And she said, how many people are speaking in your head? And it was a lot. My mom, my friends, some random person whose name I don't know, but whatever they said stuck with me. Like, it took me some time just to build a relationship to be able to perceive what wasn't God. I can't say what was yet, but I could say, okay, no, that's my mom speaking. Okay, no, that's that random person I work with that used to irk me, or, you know what I mean? Like it's a relationship building thing. And so I want to just encourage patience in the process. I wanted to sit down and levitate upon first meditation. I wanted to have that out of my body experience where I connected with God and the ethers. And I wanted that experience when I first sat down. I couldn't hold attention for a minute, but I wanted that kind of experience. So I want to encourage you to be patient with yourself, loving with yourself as you build this relationship. And maybe let that be mimicked in your other relationships where there's a patience in the unfolding of that relationship, patient with each other. It's one of the ways we can love each other, loving yourself, being patient in meditation. Anybody else want to chime in on that, or I'll go to the next question? So this one is for anybody, but specifically for Gavin Jackson. So his, he's like, uh-oh. So in your talk, this question popped up right after about the word hustle. And so there was a question about it because you use the word hustle in what you said. And it was like, I'm questioning that. And does it depend on the mindset? So can you just elaborate a little bit on what you meant by hustle?
Sure. When I'm speaking about hustle, again, as a spiritual operator, I'm talking about bringing everything that you have, everything that is placed in you to bear upon a situation. It is not the same as struggle. It may not even be the same as overexerting yourself. Mm-hmm. Hustle is what has been placed in me. What are my gifts? What do I naturally do? And let me bring all of that to the situation. It's like you see geese, flying south when it gets cold in Chicago. Their hustle is they have to bring everything to bear that comes naturally to them. They have to bring their ability to find food. They have to bring their ability to navigate. Obviously, they bring their ability to fly, bring their ability to work as a group. They bring all of their natural abilities to bear, and it's a hustle to get from Toronto to Florida or whatever geese do. When it starts to get cold and they fly south is a natural thing. The opposite of that is struggle. Struggle is like, I'm going to teach this pig how to climb a tree. They're not made to climb trees. It's not natural for them to climb a tree. And working outside of what your passion is, your natural thing, that's struggle. So when I talk about hustle, it's really, I'm a divine being, I'm an intellectual being, I'm a physical being, I'm spirit, I'm soul, I'm body. I'm bringing all of those things to bear on a situation. That's hustle.
Reverend Cherie, the other thing that comes to me when I hear Gavin talk about that is like anything in life can be done from a state of consciousness or unconsciousness. So you can work, this goes back to the idea of a conscious leader. You can work from a place of struggle like Gavin's talking about, where it's like depleting and exhausting. And you can love your mother from a deeply unconscious state. Mm-hmm. You can literally do anything from an unconscious state or a conscious state. So what you're doing is to some extent less important than how you are being in relationship with it, which is also what I heard Gavin talk about in his talk, is really like, hey, you know what? How about you just leave that alone? Because if there's not full alignment, anything that you and I are doing in our lives that is not in an integrated state, which by the way, does not mean it is it doesn't involve discomfort. That's distinct. But if there is a lack of integration, you're going to feel the effects of that. It's going to deplete you. It is why dis-ease shows up in the physical body. It is an indicator that you are out of alignment. So I think there's a lot of conversation, right? Like, especially on Instagram, social media, like, oh, lay down that hustle culture, that grind culture. We love white bread. We love little adages. But what that's not saying is, it's not saying don't work. It's not saying like, don't get after that thing. Get after that thing and do it from a place of presence, consciousness, integration, aliveness. How you be is very different than how you do.
And to be clear, the vast majority of the work is in the mind. That's what we teach. The work is in the mind. So when people say, let's get away from this hustle culture, they're talking about burning yourself out physically. But you have to do the work mentally There is no way around it. I'm sure of it. I've tried to get around it. And I can tell you, I can testify that you cannot get around the mental work.
Yeah. Before
Right. And neither can we get around the physical work.
Right.
Right. None of us would sit on the side of the expressway with a flat tire, just hoping that the air will go back in the tire, right? We're gonna call AAA, we're gonna call a family member, we're gonna flag down somebody, we'll sit and look to attract somebody to come help us, but none of us are not gonna do anything. So I think one of the other things that's important is just to understand your pattern of manifestation, right? For some of us, it's attraction. For others of us, it's hustle, right? Not separate and apart, the mental from the physical, but as a mind, emotion, and physical being, oftentimes there is work to be done in each aspect of our being. And neglecting the work in any of the areas of the soul impacts and limits the ability to bring forth what we intend to manifest, right? So just personally, while I recognize that hustle is a format for me, I get that it might not be like that for everyone, but that also means that if I'm a grinder, I might not be able to flow with somebody who's not. You know what I'm saying? I just think there's something to be said for being honest to your unique pattern of how manifestation works through you, and understanding that and being in integrity with that, like Lola said.
I just want to jump in, Reverend Cherie, just for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I often tell my daughter and some of the younger people in my family, don't let someone who's helping you out hustle you, because that's another part of the conversation. Sometimes people are more than willing to let somebody else do for them what they should be doing for themselves. They're not working with the E plus R equals O, event plus response equals outcome. You have to make sure that if you're asking someone else to do something, that you're outpacing it. And then again, it doesn't mean physical work all the time, but it does mean the work, because you are, before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. And after enlightenment, chop wood and carry water.
There's a lot of the conversation that has come from the people who are here, and thank you all for sticking with us, because this is the heart. This is where we can kind of activate a lot of the information and get clarity. A lot of conversation is around this relationship. And so meditation, mindfulness is about the relationship. And as we look at how do we build success, it's like, oh, this is supposed to be about that relationship. And all of these are different ways to strengthen that relationship. That's what you're hearing. The different speakers talk about different ways to strengthen that relationship. So one of the questions that came, and I'm going to ask Robin to elaborate a little bit more. But the question was, I've always been resistant to feeling what's in my body. Any advice on how to begin that practice? And I believe this is similar to what Reverend Lola said. But before I hand it over to her, I want to say that I always think about what's in the body as a signal. And it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever, now that we're on Zoom a lot with people, you ever on Zoom with somebody that they got their fire detector, their smoke detector is chirping? And so you're looking around trying to see, is that my house? Like, it can't be chirping, but it's there to let you know that, hey, you need to replace this battery. You need to replace this battery. And I think that there are some signals in our body that will repeat themselves because we never go and address the battery. And so I think that the power of feeling what's in your body is being aware of the signals so that you can then ask for divine direction in terms of what do I need to do? What battery needs to be recharged in me? So that's how I hear the idea of feeling what's in your body. And again, with all of this is just to start practicing it, just to start paying attention to yourself. You deserve the attention that you can give to yourself, and just slow down and think about it. Feel yourself. What is that feeling? What am I feeling in my body? And I love Reverend Lola, give us those the INGs. I love that as a way to think about it, that formula.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would relieve yourself of the need to interpret why something is occurring in the body, especially if your body intelligence is dampened, especially if your body has a history. For some of us, we've had our bodies violated, so our bodies are not a place of safety. And so we will disassociate from our bodies because there's pain that's living there that we don't want to feel. Others of us have been highly compensated for the capacity of the mind. And in our culture, we value the mind over the body. So it makes sense why people have a dislocated relationship with their body. And that's why I say just focus on the sensations, relieve yourself of the interpretation or need to tell a story as to why the body's doing what it's doing. So we could literally just take a deep breath in this now moment. I recommend people breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. When you're breathing, you can actually begin to feel the sensation of the air as it enters the tip of your nose. And that's all we're looking for. Like, I'm noticing I have some dampness in my hands. I'm noticing a pulling in my low back. I'm noticing a vibrating in my chest. And if you are just sort of reacquainting yourself with your body, I would encourage you to just pay attention to that for now. You don't even need to tune into the emotional intelligence of the practice yet. Just begin to bring your awareness to your physical body because it is informing you of things all the time, and we don't have to yet figure out what that is. We just want to develop the muscle memory of the body. So, yeah, I hope that's helpful. I mean, I will say my brother's a massage therapist and personal trainer. He was Bernie Mac's personal trainer for many years. And he oftentimes will, when he is working on my body, all of a sudden I will experience an emotion or an awakening that occurs based on his physical touch. That's because we store things in our body. And if we do not bring our awareness to the body, stuff gets calcified, trapped, locked. And again, this is why you'll have chronic disease or things that don't make sense. You can't figure out why I'm eating right, I'm moving my body. I have low back pain. That is where stress shows up on planet Lola. It's just great to know. Oh, Lola, what are you scared about? What are you scared about, hon? It's okay. Just develop the relationship.
Powerful, powerful. You know, and I just got a question in here too about Reverend Rod's powerful affirmations. That so, you know, when we are looking at you can have it all. Reverend Della, and I know she got this from her teacher, Reverend Johnny. Don't want to be shy about saying I want money. That I want that part of having it all is having financial freedom. And so they wanted to know about your affirmation that you shared in your talk. And if you can talk a little bit about, for people who are experiencing specific blocks in their finances, what are some ways to get unblocked?
Sure. You know, and that's really been a difficult time for a lot of people, particularly this past year with the whole financial situation, and you know, just telling people that you can do that you can just do an affirmation and things will get better. No, it doesn't really work that way. Affirmations, as we always talk about, affirmations are really tools. But the wonderful thing about what affirmation does is it can help you clear your mind. It can help you clear your mind of some clutter. It can help you clear your mind of some confusion. It can help to set you on a different path than the path that you might be currently going through, because you might have some roadblocks and you're trying to figure out how to get past these roadblocks. And so what happens is that when you begin to take your focus off of the roadblocks, because remember, the roadblocks are really exterior things. So our job is really not to ever work with the exterior first. Our job is to always really work with the mind. And not saying that there's no work you have to do with the exterior, because as Reverend Wells talked about earlier, there's work you got to do internally and there's work you got to do externally. Mm-hmm. But whenever we begin to focus so much on the roadblock, we're forgetting to go back to headquarters, and headquarters is God. Oh, you know, so let's not direct so much energy towards the roadblock, but let's go back to working with the divine idea. Let's go back to having this partnership with God. And as we go back to work with the divine idea, and we begin to try to release some of the clutter, release some of the things that might be going on in the mind, and say, okay, God, this right now is between you and I, Father, Mother, this is between you and I. I'm releasing this, and I'm giving it back to you, because somewhere along the line, I might have taken everything into my own hands, which might be the reason I have this roadblock, because I'm with all the enthusiasm I have, and with all the things I want to do, somewhere along the line, I might have simply have thought I could do this and forgot about you somewhere. So one of the things we need to do is not focus so much on the roadblock, but go back to the source and say, okay, God, you know what I need to do with this. I'm in tune with you. I am not the senior partner. You're the senior partner in this relationship, God. So let's work together, God. I'm open and receptive, and I know that you know what I need to do, and I'm tuning in and I'm connecting with you, God, so that you can give me the ideas, so that you can give me the instructions, so that you can give me the guidance. And maybe I just need to leave this thing alone, because maybe somewhere, and I didn't realize it, maybe somewhere I changed paths. And I didn't know it. I didn't know it. You wanted me to, and this goes back to the relationship that we have, the relationship that we have to develop with God.
Yeah.
Relationship to develop, because if we listen to the whispers of the still small voice, if we listen to however it is that God talks to you, and I tell people, you got to know how God talks to you. You got to know how God talks, because God talks to me different than the way God talks to you. It's just that simple. So I've had to develop a relationship with God, so that when I go on my walk, my spiritual walk, my prosperity walk, my love walk, whatever it is, I'm walking with God. And do I sometimes go down the wrong path? Yeah, I do sometimes go down the wrong path. Why? Because somewhere along the way, I sort of moved away from God for a moment. Not consciously though. I didn't realize it at the time, but sometimes. So let me just wrap it up. I'm going on and on. I know we've got time, but somewhere along the line here, you just have to go back to headquarters. You have to go back to the source, and not focus so much on the exterior as far as the roadblocks, whatever's happening, but go back to God and say, okay, I'm back, God. Let's recalibrate.
Reverend Shriek, I just want to make one quick point. Just to piggyback. Thank you, Reverend Norton, for that. I just also want to remind people that, as Reverend Ike used to say, you must be definite with the infinite. If you go down to the John Hancock building in Chicago and you want to go to the restaurant on the 99th floor, when you get in the elevator will just sit until you make a decision to press the button.
Yes.
Button activates the power in the elevator, to take you to the floor you desire. Many of us are on the elevator of life, stopping at floors that we don't want to be at, and we're complaining about it, but we never made a choice. So if you have the power of God within you, which you do, then you have to use it consciously by making choices. You must be definite with the infinite. The thoughts you think, the feelings you have, the words you say, the actions you take are telling the universe, telling divine law what you desire. Be definite with the infinite.
And I just got to say, because if you're going to do that, why meditation regularly is so important. Otherwise, the thoughts will come from everywhere, perhaps, but from the indwelling God.
It all really works together.
From Reverend Rod, actually. When I was a student in Rev's class, and he taught us how to spiritualize our eyes. I don't know if you remember telling us that, Reverend Rod, spiritualize your eyes. And in business, especially this year, I've been using that like crazy, being in the restaurant business, being in any investment. And people say, well, restaurants have to close because of a pandemic. And my first question is, well, how would God see this? Where's the money in this? And people that work for me, And my family like, that's crazy. What do you mean, where's the money in this? It's because Reverend Rod taught me to spiritualize my eyes. God can only still see this as prosperous. Yes, restaurants are closing, but it's my job to still see the money even in the closing. And that kicks in the intellect on other ways that we can make money even in these situations. So I'm grateful to Reverend Rod and all of my teachers. Everyone here is a teacher to me, and that particularly for being prosperous, even when the economy is doing whatever it's doing.
Yeah, I love that. Spiritualize your eyes. Powerful, powerful. So we're going to close out. I got 2 questions, and we're going to do, everybody's going to answer this, and we're going to do it briefly. Can everybody just repeat with me? Brief.
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 And so it is. So we're going to answer two things. So we talked about you can have it all. That's been a lot of this. And, I know that what people will do is it appears that ministers have some sort of special area of life that they're operating from that you can't attain, right? We're all spiritual beings growing into the awareness of who we are. And so each person in this panel has a desire of their heart. And so what I want you to do as we close out is to share the desire of your heart. What are you intending for 2021? And also, how can we connect with you? There are people who are asking, do you have email addresses? Do you have sites? And they're mentioning books and they want to know how to get to them. So please just share that. And I'm going to look at my time. And when you hear me go, just start wrapping it up. Okay. All right. And so we're going to start with Gavin.
All right, for 2021, I really want to be as authentic to myself and fully express my natural abilities in 2021. I know that sounds super easy to be authentic to yourself, but to truly live in my own potential is my goal for 2021. And we'll let the chips fall where they may, because I feel if I'm walking in my full potential, everything else will take care of itself. For those of you guys that enjoyed what I taught today, you can reach me. There's a couple of ways that you can reach me. The easiest way is to reach me on Facebook at Gavin R. Jackson, or you can reach me on Facebook at The Mind and the Grind. That is The Mind, the addition symbol, and the Grind. I would also encourage you to purchase my new book, The Mind and the Grind. You can find that on Amazon. Just search Gavin R. Jackson on Amazon. Grab that book. It's a life changer, I guarantee it.
Thank you so much. And what a powerful way to set the tone, Gavin. Answered prayer, powerful and succinct. You see how I acknowledged and validated his contribution? I'm going to go now to Reverend Jackie. If you could tell us what your intention for 2021, and then how can we stay in contact with you?
I truly like what my brother Jesus did. And he knew that as he was blessing, he was being blessed. So my number one intention is to sharpen my effectiveness for enabling folks to recognize and live out of their intrinsic greatness. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I do. And I'm going to do it even more effectively in 2021. Yes. And I invite everyone to reach out to me on goldrushwomansconference.com. That's the website. I also put my email in there, and I invite you to join me. If you thought Reverend Cherie was good today, you should join us April 29th, 30th, and May 1 for Gold Rush Women's Conference. It's going to be an awesome kind of thing. I got some phenomenal people there presenting, but most importantly, it's a place of love where you can become vulnerable, and women where you can, even in a virtual mode, learn how to unmask all the crap that's covering up your gold and become that phenomenal person that you are. Yes.
Powerful. Thank you so much. I love Gold Rush. I can't wait to experience it again this year. That's where I met Reverend Lola, who I'm going to go to next. We fell in love there at Gold Rush.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. So there are 3 words that are guiding me in 2021. The first word is focus. My intention is to focus on serving my family, my clients, and my community. The second word is clarity. And that's just clarity with discernment and clarity of communication. May I be like really clear And the third word is expand. And my intention is to expand my work in the world through the membership community that I have, which is called Our Circle, my podcast, which is called Find Your Fierce and Loving, and my forthcoming book in 2022 called Fierce and Loving. It's a radical guide to personal transformation and collective awakening. So if you're interested in hanging out with me, find me at lolawright.com. And I just want to bow deeply to the Christ Universal Temple family that has been so good to me for many, many years. And I feel just incredibly honored to be in your company. So thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Lola. We had an interruption here in 2020 with our in-person date. So when you swing back through LA.
I know. Oh, no, I'm going to be in LA and I have a pool already picked out for us. So don't you worry.
I'm totally in. Reverend Galen.
Okay, a few things. 2021, launching of my book. My perfectionism has paused it slightly, but I have it to where I need it to be. A book that will deal with metaphysical principles, but not necessarily with the use of religious language. I was trying to avoid that, which is not necessarily the way my brain automatically thinks. It's called Truth Transforms, so be on the lookout for that. Obviously, I have my podcast I want to enhance and expand, which is Truth Transforms. I mentioned it earlier in my talk. I have 8.5 years worth of material that you can tune in on prosperity, healing, prayer, Bible interpretation, Black Lives Matter, all different type of things. So I want to make sure that you check that out on Unity Online Radio or wherever you listen to podcasts. I'm looking forward to the launching of my website. I've developed a whole program for life and success coaching program that will take people through different stages and steps for them to be able to get the transformations that they desire in their lives. If you want to plug in with me with the Johnny Coleman Institute, I'm teaching the class Open Your Mind to Prosperity, which is a classic Catherine Ponder book. Reverend Norton mentioned Reverend Ponder in his talk. Trust me when I tell you, Catherine Ponder has some of the best prosperity material on the planet. And I'm going to take it. So you're going to get Ponder and you're going to get the hardcore metaphysician. What's better than that? So I'm big up in myself too, Reverend Cherie.
That's what I'm talking about.
And finally, I think I mentioned website landing. So, right now I'm committed to one basic thing. My new thought, and I say my new thought because it's personal to me, is to make sure that I acknowledge and teach that there's something radically right about you. There's something radically right about you. So I'm committed to you discovering what's radically right about you. And when you learn it, and as I teach it, I'll be a blessing and I will be blessed. And that's my commitment. And if you want to get in contact with me outside of that, I'm on Instagram. You can go to my Facebook page, Truth Transforms with Reverend Galen McDowell. I'm on Twitter. And again, I'm at the church. I'm at the building. You can call. I'll get your message.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go then Reverend Rod and Reverend Derek. This year, my son is a freshman in college, and he spent his first semester in my house. And so in 2 weeks, he goes to Morehouse. And so I'm going to spend a lot of this year being real wild and free. Every moment I can take just experiencing utter freedom. I'm going to do that real good. And I'm going to cook. I'm going to only cook for things I want to eat and, real basic life things that I haven't had to do in 18 years. I'm committed to loving fiercely this year. I want to experience love in ways I've never experienced it before. And so I'm really opening myself up, being super vulnerable this year to experience love that way. And you were asking, I saw someone ask about the book that I mentioned. So every Lenten season at Up Church, we do Lent in like a real serious way. And so we do a daily devotional in the morning, 30 minutes, where it is about a lesson that we discuss. I know we've done some of our traditional texts like Keep a True Lent and A Closer Walk with God. And last year, I wrote a book called Break Every Chain and Be Free, because it was enough of teaching other people's work. And with the onslaught of sheltering in place and everything, Spirit said, stop. Like I was doing too much. but Break Every Chain and Be Free is going to breathe and be alive and well out here today. It's just about done. So spring 2021, you can get Break Every Chain and Be Free. Prior to that though, Lent is coming up and we're having a love experience. I cannot tell you what it's like to pray, meditate, and really set in your daily soul maintenance practice with this Lenten experience that we have. So I'm inviting you all to come. Just go to upchurch.org. I don't think our stuff is up yet, but you'll be able to go there and register for it within a week. And every day it'll be us together growing and love together. The love experience. It'll be nothing like you've ever experienced before.
I want to appreciate Reverend Cherie just taking up a whole bunch of space. Like that is like really good modeling for me. I'm like, I would like a do-over actually. But anyway, that's it.
Right.
There's a song that Ricky Byers wrote. Is I love myself so much, so I can love you so much.
Yes.
So, I love that song. I'm practicing that this year too. So I just want to, I'm really excited about this year. I feel like this is the time and we have the message and I'm taking it from under the rock. Like that's my commitment, is to really just be available and actualize the information to show you what it's like to live these principles. That's what I'm committed to this year. Reverend Rod?
Yeah. This year, mine is real simple and it's complete the dream. Complete the dream. You know, I'm committed to doing that this year. And what I mean by complete the dream is this. God has given me many ideas over the years, and there are things I've started, there's things I've completed, but there are things that have been left incomplete. There are things that I've left on the table. And I know they should not be moved off the table because God hasn't told me to move them off the table because they're still heavy on me. So my thing this year is to complete the dream. There are things that's on the table that I know I need to do and I will do. And thus my focus this year is to simply complete the dream. And guess what? The wonderful thing about that is that after I complete the dream, then guess what? The dream giver gives me the dream.
I love it. How can we find you?
You can find me on Facebook, either my personal page or the Empowerment Center for Better Living page. And I'm on that particular page every Tuesday doing a metaphysical Bible study. And on Thursdays, you can find me on Zoom. I'm doing power talks, what I call a power talks on Thursdays, which is a spiritual talk I give every Thursday. Actually, I just started that back up about a month or so ago. And you can also find me on my website, which is www.empowerliving.org. So any of those venues.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Reverend Wells, would you please share with us your intention for 2021 and how can we stay in contact with you?
So,
what's going on?
So I end each year with really kind of my working game plan and map for what I want to manifest and experience in the upcoming year. So my 2021, for the most part, is designed. Of course, there's a lot of flexibility in that plan because we plan and then God plans. But I've got intentions set for what I want to accomplish in terms of my wealth, my health. Since the start of the year, I've worked out almost every day since the start of the year. So I'm getting my sexy all the way back up. I've got intentions set for what I want to experience in my relationships, in all of my primary relationships, from my relationship with God to my relationship with my wife and children, in my professional settings with folks like you, my friends with folks like you, just all the way through so that I'm able to experience what I want to experience in my life, because my intention is to just experience God. And sometimes that shows up through my relationships, what I want to have experience in my contribution. So right now, one of the main things I'm working on is a daily inspirational devotion. My commitment is to write 3 inspirations per day so that I can have a first draft completed by the end of May. It is January 9th. And so I'm happy to report that up to this moment, I have 24 inspirations in the can. I've written every day since the start of the new year. Got to figure out how I'm gonna get it in today. So I'll have almost 10% of that book done in a couple days. So that's what we're working on. I don't usually talk about this in the church environment, but I also do high performance coaching for select clients. And so I'm still committed to doing that and making that happen in 2021. There are some outside of the CUT lane, there's some teaching courses, video courses that are coming under the Derek B. Wells and Live Happy brand in 2021. So that's popping off, coming real soon, hot and heavy. And so it's rolling. Like I'm finding that I'm in a flow of creativity and ideas. I'm finding that I have the energy and the desire to execute those. So this, for me right now, like this is a season unlike any season I've been in some time. And so I'm really excited about what's being birthed through me and what's emerging through the impact that we'll be able to make as we touch the lives of the people that we are supposed to touch. And of course, CUT is going strong, and we are committed to growing our people, to growing our impact, and to growing what God has called us to do and be in the world. That's what's happening with me in 2021.
All right, I love it. So many good things coming into life here. There was something I wanted to say, and it'll pop back into my head. So there was a question about. I said this, we're wrapping out here, but there was a question about who were life coaches that are on the panel, because they had heard mention and they're interested in life coaching. So Reverend Wells,
that's everybody.
Yeah, I believe I said I think everybody is.
That's all. That's all 7.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Full house.
Either life or business or professional or meditation. Like I've referred a meditation client to one of our panelists. So I know there's a meditation coach on here. We have coaches of all stripes in our other lives.
Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you ahead, if you're resonating with me, everybody I work with, I don't care what they come to me for, it ends up being about relationships. So so I would just say it's relationship coaching. But I know we have
Reverend Cherie, can you tell us a little bit more about your work?
You know what? I got the timer over here. So
I love you.
Lola, you're doing bad.
I said I'm feeling myself like King Nebi.
You better blow that horn. I said you better blow your horn. Trust me, I'm someone who doesn't talk about myself, and it doesn't pay.
Listen, there's too much. Listen, the God presence in you is too amazing for you not to let people know about it. So I'm on a new track this time, because it's a beautiful thing, right? It's a beautiful thing to see you sing your own song. We are out of time here. And so not out of time, we got plenty of time. There's just an infinite amount of time, but this conference is coming to a close. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this. I'm going to turn it over to Reverend Wells in a moment, but just thank you, Reverend Wells, for inviting me to come in and play with you all. You all know how much I love this ministry. I consider myself a part of the family. And I hope I get to play again with you. I hope we get to play again very soon. The rest of my panelists, I want to say thank you for coming. And we're going to all jump out so that we can have our close with Reverend Wells. Again, everybody participating, hang in there. We're wrapping out. We want to make sure we close in order, and Reverend Wells will pray us out. But thank you again for coming, and we can just shut our cameras off and mute ourselves.
Rev, before we jump out, Rev, you mind if I say one quick thing?
Sure.
I just want, as a reminder, several of the people who were presented today, Gavin and myself, along with the other assistant minister, Reverend Cook, do a noonday lesson every noonday Central Time, daily inspirational message. I just want to make sure for those who are not aware of it, you can get CUT basically every day. God bless you all.
right? And so thanks to all of our speakers for saying yes to come and play with the first annual Post Burning Bowl Conference. Thanks to our behind the scenes team who worked diligently and tirelessly to make sure that we were ready to be able to be a stand for your greatness so that you will have an opportunity to make the most of your 2021. But most of all, thanks to each and every one of you for showing up to be active in your own rescue. Thank you for showing up to committing to be a force in your own life. I'm honoring and celebrating the greatness that is within you. And I'm knowing with you and for you that you can absolutely have it all as you say yes to manifesting your own unique form of greatness. God did not make a mistake when he made you. They say the odds that you are here by chance is something like 400 trillion to 1. So with those kind of odds, it's no chance that we are here by chance. And it's with great intentionality that you have decided to be here. And so thank you for your prayers. Thank you for your consciousness. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your questions. To those of you, Bruce and Reverend Sharia and Madam President Ruby and Gloria Gunn, our board member for Christ Universal Temple. And I believe there was one more person, please excuse me for not having your name top of head, who gave registration scholarships to those of you who want to participate in a JCI class. I encourage you to absolutely take advantage of the opportunity to expand your soul through the Johnny Coleman Institute. I'm guaranteeing you that you will not be sorry that you took advantage of that opportunity. It is a life transforming, mind transforming, heart purifying experience. You'll be able to tune in from wherever you are: London, San Antonio, Jamaica, California, Baltimore, Australia, wherever you are all over the globe. You'll have an opportunity to plug into that class, and I want to encourage you to do just that. Not only that, you have an opportunity to be a part of the CUT community by tuning in to our live worship service that takes place each and every Sunday at 10:30 Central Standard Time. On tomorrow, we are talking about, or I'm teaching about goal work. So part of what we've been talking about here is how to get the most out of our goals. And so I want to encourage you to tune in for CUT's live worship experience tomorrow, cutemple.org, or subscribe to Christ Universal Temple's YouTube page, and you can just plug right into the community. We already consider you to be family, so you can just come in, take your rightful place among the family within the community, and we look forward to being a part of your growth and expansion as you allow God to be God all by himself in your life, world, and affairs. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your time on this wonderful Saturday afternoon. God bless you. God love you. And we know that the best is yet to come for you. We like to begin and end all things with prayer. And so I want to invite you to just take a moment to center yourself right where you are. Take in a good deep breath, remembering that oxygen is our energizing and activating power. We give thanks, Father, for this opportunity to bring to close this dynamic session. We give thanks for each and every speaker and for the way in which you are able to express through your channels. We give thanks for each and every person who participated in any form, and we know that your will for each and every one of us is good and very good. And now, Father, I bless each and every one of your children, and I place them in your loving care and keeping, remembering that your will for us is that we experience the kingdom of joy, the kingdom of peace, the kingdom of wealth, the kingdom of wholeness, the kingdom of healthy relationships, that we experience the kingdom of every good thing. And as we commit ourselves to a deeper, more fulfilling walk with you, that walk begins to transform us from the inside out. And as we allow our minds to be transformed, we are able to prove what is the good, acceptable, and perfect will of God for each and every one of us. And so now, Father, I bless your children, and I thank you for the time that we have had to walk together. We know that while this might be the first time in this experience, it won't be the last time, for God is eternal truth. Amen and amen. God bless you. We love you. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. You can also link up with the Temple Talks Tribe on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. There's another opportunity for you to plug in through, as Reverend Galen McDowell said, Noonday Inspiration at 12 noon Central Standard Time. There are tons of opportunities for you to access the offer of this community in supporting you and being a stand for your greatness. All right, we love you, we bless you, we appreciate you, and we thank God for you. Take care now. Peace and blessings. Be good to yourself and to the people you love.